That's why. Yes, sir. Illinois, you know what it is. We off the ground with this one. G3, how you supposed to compete with a beast? These boys all capped, they ain't deep in the streets. We outside in the field with the cleats. Me over beasts is like teeth in the meat. Flesh in the bone, God testing it strong. As weak as you are, you can get in my zone. If I was you, I'd just watch my tone. If I was you, I'd just watch my throne. Like Yay them, don't play him. Top flight running all night to the AM. Check a bag like a clerk when they pay him. Any foes of the pose, I would slay them. See, I knock it at the park like a slugger. Yeah, the top lonely, but I love her. I'm a boss when it comes to this here. Pop plus shit, thought it was
yeah, we knock it out the park, knock it out the park. Leaving nothing unfinished, hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me, oh no. When I swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone. No, I ain't backing down, ain't no turning back now. When I step to the plate, hear you singing out. Swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone.
This one is fastened inside, all in the dirt when we slide. October moon, bring the tide. Light 'em up, ride. Whole team on deck when I call. You cross the line of foul ball. We clearing the bitch, it's up, brawl. Light 'em up, ride. Big man, the boat on my shoulders. War paint the face of my soldiers. You got hands for what you can't hold us. Coming back for all of they odors. Floored out the engine, she screeching. Crawled out the bed, but she reaching. I talk the talk like a preacher. I knock it out to the
yeah, we knock it out the park, knock it out the park. Leaving nothing unfinished, hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me, oh no. When I swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone. No, I ain't backing down, ain't no turning back now. When I step to the plate, hear you singing out. Swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone.
I can feel the earth shake, chaos around me. So many enemies, they all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move.
We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, y'all know me, y'all never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you're trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
should fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. I'll take the win, the glory all mine. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. The world will know I'm do or die. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. Only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. When it's all you got and it's all you want, you don't back down, you don't ever stop. You climb to the top, let the whole world know just how far you go. I fought for this, I crawled for this, I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this, I crawled for this, I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it.
In my darkest hour, I can feel the power. Won't be devoured, never been a coward. They stone sour, I'm gunpowder. If I say it louder, can you hear me now? I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. Powerful. Powerful. Had to pay my debts, was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind, recite the lines every time. I got the power, counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. I could rise. Had to break to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Powerful. It's all in my tongue, yeah. I'ma give it my best, yeah. So don't overthink it. Enough is enough. The moment is now, yeah. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. It's my only desire. Yeah, you know what I mean. To the top of the mountain, we're ready to go. There's no doubt about it. We're taking control. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Bad girl, bad girl. Bad girl, bad girl.
Top down in the suburb, Halloween in the summer. Such a bad girl. What to do in the summer? Smoke a
Work hard, work hard, work hard, work hard.
I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
You better D up, before you get smoked, I'm taking the ball, I have it to go, whoa. I've been in my bag, you been in the trash, just moved to the back, cause I'm on the move, come through like a truck, I'm packing the bell when you're front of the map, yeah. I can taste victory, yeah, we about to make history. Just give me the ball, I won't let it fall, we about to light it up from the window to the wall.
This the culmination of all my hard work. Them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick. Tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scanned the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, effort that I'm putting in. I don't nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won, it's done.
I'm going full speed, I just pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, at the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, at the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, at the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now. There ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud. They try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hey, hey. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back.
Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal.
Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the rush, it'll get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's a jungle outside, tell me who can tame a beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal.
Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure, get smacks in the face. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal.
Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire in the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go.
That's why. Yes, sir. Illinois, you know what it is. We off the ground with this one. G3, how you supposed to compete with a beast? These boys out capped, they ain't deep in the streets. We outside in the field with the cleats. Me over beasts is like teeth in the meat. Flesh in the bone, got testing it strong. As weak as you are, you can get in my zone. If I was you, I'd just watch my tone.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
surround me. So many enemies, they all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, y'all know me, I don't never slip. No grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI!
Welcome everyone to Vancouver, Canada for the first day of the MSI bracket stage. We're so happy to be back. We've got G2 versus Gen G today as we see our stars signing the camera. My name is Shox and I'm joined here by Raz and by Betty's Happy Canada Day. Let's
He's an
go.
honorary Saskatchewan? Yeah, you're from Saskatchewan.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have the look, you have the vibe, you have the vibe.
Honored to be here on
Where would
Canada
you be
Day.
from?
What do you mean? For Whistler? I don't know. I was just there.
I like
yeah,
that.
I don't know.
Or none of it.
Or none of it. But I love Canada. It's been great, and this is my first day at MSI, and I'm so happy to be joined here by you two. So let's take a look at the bracket, because this is the bracket stage. We still got only best of fives, which is incredibly amazing. And of course, good news for us, Fetty, a lower bracket.
Yes, we are really looking forward to that lower bracket, especially when we see Gen G and AL down there. Am I right, Raz?
Of course,
That's the level of copium we got here
Absolutely.
on the analyst desk. Of course, it's going to be a banger tournament. That's what MSI is all about. We bring the best in the world and put them to the test with some of the toughest competition, especially when we kind of dive into today. Gen G looking like the powerhouse of the tournament.
Yes, they are. I mean, when you're singing 14 best of fives last, fearless, lower bracket, as a bracketeer, you're singing my vibe. I'm loving it.
As a bracketeer, but as a pick'em tier, the next round of pick'ems are available for the bracket stage at MSI. It's going to close for today's series in just a few minutes, so you got to get your picks in for a chance at exclusive in-game rewards on LoLesports.com. And I feel like for pick'ems, it's do all the expected winners and choose one upset.
I did none of that.
I did no upsets.
I've got Koi winning the whole thing. I've got EU having a great tournament.
I heard a great take on that. Kato was saying you were the Rage Vader before it was even a thing. And now I get it.
True.
I get it. So, as we already had our plans, I think it's a high time for some overreactions, possibly. Let's see what they have cooked up for us. I'd love to know what my desk thinks.
Come on, hit us with this overreaction.
Home soil is all that was missing from Oscar and Jojo Fume. Okay, one of them will lift a trophy.
Absolutely.
One of them will lift a trophy. I'm in. I don't think that's an overreaction at all. Now, is it a little bit of a stretch? Perhaps, but Raz, we're flexible people, and I think we can stretch pretty far.
Yes, I am a very flexible person. I mean, I'm just telling you right now. But,
and he twerks really well.
This was looking good up until it says one of them will lift an MSI trophy. That is insane. But yes, home soil advantage will be a thing. I cannot wait for those teams to come out. FlyQuest. Look,
and
that's the best part of MKOI.
And Dylan Falco. We've seen how well that's gone for him so far.
Right.
We don't talk about it. He's only been winning.
Right,
That's why they're in the main event.
Next up, let's talk about kind of who we can bet on, who can be the best in the West.
Whoa.
FlyQuest is the best Western representative, and LEC doesn't have what it... Who added the byline?
Okay, this is an extreme overreaction.
What?
I can't wait for you guys to get kicked down a peg tomorrow. Okay?
What are you talking about?
You guys have looked good. I'll give you that. FlyQuest at Worlds last year, mwah, mwah. That was impressive what you were able to do, Gen
I appreciate it.
And I am so happy that you were able to enjoy that moment. And now you've got the next 6 years to look forward to, just like we have with EU.
There's a reason why you guys needed a North American player to upgrade on MKOI.
Fair enough.
Do you want to go
down your first seed?
You want to go down that route?
Yeah!
Remind me where Inspired is from?
He has a green card.
Hey, you know what? I agree with that hot take, just to say that overreaction. I agree with it. They're better.
There you go.
Yeah. Next up, Chovy, more like Choky. Oh, I did not write this. I'm just reading it, guys.
There it is. Clip it.
That is that is an overreaction. I believe in the God right now, the God of League of Legends. Don't get me wrong, Faker is the GOAT. He is the greatest to have ever touched the game. But if Faker didn't exist, I feel like that Chovy would dominate the world. The man is an unbelievable player.
That's like saying if Messi didn't exist.
That's the level of hope we're at, okay? But when Faker's in the conversation, it's a hard one to compare to.
And what are we looking at right now? He broke that curse, by the way. He won last MSI. That is a crazy take. It's an outdated take. That is an outdated take. Who got it out of the cryo fridge, by the way? That's my question.
It's all good news for Gen G, possibly also today for G2, though they have been struggling. They limped out of the playing stage, let's just say that. And Dracos, he caught up with Broken Blade to talk about their performance.
Hey everyone, I'm joined here by Broken Blade after their close-fought victory against GAM, ahead of a series against Gen G. But rather than talk about the tournament as a whole, I want to talk a little bit about you, BB. You've been under the microscope. It was a rough start. You've talked about it a little bit in a lot of different interviews. But I want to get your take on what has been different for you this tournament. Were you caught off guard at all by some of the little missteps? What has the journey been like so far for you?
I mean, it's very fair to say that I didn't have the greatest start, right? Like, I'm not delusional. I know this. I felt extremely uncomfortable playing those games, and I was very ashamed of my performance. And I know this. This is something that I've been looking to fix as soon as possible. It's a new experience for me, and I'm taking it with a good heart. I'm accepting this, that I did have so bad performances, but there is also hope because I know I can do it. I just felt very off, you know, like especially against Brazil. I thank God my team was having my back in that series. And I can probably say that I'm back, you know, in a good mental space. I feel like I was in a very, very bad mental space. And for me, I just have to find that secret sauce, you know?
Okay.
And once I do, I know I'll play it better than the enemies. Success, for me, looks like lifting the trophy. And it always has been. It's also in Europe. I want to win with Caps, especially because he's done it before. And he's the only one that's left from that team that has done it. So I want to create that new roster that does it again. It won't be easy, and I know this, but that is what success looks like to me. Anything else than winning for me is not what you can call success, in my opinion. So that will always be my goal.
And fair enough. No half measures. I wish you the best of luck. I know it's a tight turnaround before your next matchup. I hope you guys can find the prep, maybe get a little bit that secret sauce, whatever it ends up being. Broken Blade, congrats. I know it's been a long day. I'll let you go. Thank you so much for taking the time, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Broken Blade, always magnanimous, and I think it's good that he's willing to take responsibility. He's definitely someone we're going to be watching in terms of performance, but it's not all bad for G2, right, Verius? They still have Caps.
Exactly that. I think that while Broken Blade did have his struggles, he summarized it for us beautifully, that the team had his back. And one of the standout players was Caps from the play-in stage. We have high expectations of him on the international stage, but I do think that he is a player, when the pressure is on, finds the means to just make miracles happen. And he found so many incredible plays. This Annie engage in particular was really what decided that Game 5 as well. I mean, he's been a superstar so far in MSI.
Throughout that series, he was the difference maker in that game, in the 5-game series. If it wasn't for him, they would have been doomed, and I felt like he was having major level advantage, so I'm looking forward to his play today.
Yeah, and I just want to make something clear, because I often get told that I'm so stupid because I'm from EU and I'm living in the past. I'm not, and I'm going to show you why. I drew something. Well, I'm about to. So, this is G2 2019 right here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to draw the rest.
I know where
and this is 2025. 1 second.
First of all, incredibly artistic, so.
We trust you as an artist, right, Shox?
Yeah, quite good, right?
We're going to see a beautiful stallion. Oh.
You told me she was a magician.
That's what I believed.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a long torso.
Oh my God!
That is an incredibly long. Oh dear. I mean, I think it encapsulates well kind of the standards that we hold G2 at this tournament so far. They definitely had a rough play-ins, being pushed to the very limits. In today's matchup, they are not the favorites, to say the least.
No, and I think that's just what I wanted to make clear. This is a new reality we have to deal with, and they do as well. So the only way is up. Is it today? We don't know. We've got some interesting matchups, but the one we want to look at a little bit more closely is that in the mid lane of Caps versus Chovy.
Today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's a marquee mid-lane matchup between Caps and Chovy. Caps and G2 enter the series on the back foot after a rocky play-in stage that saw them pushed to 5 games by both Furia and GAM Esports. As always, Caps delivered in the clutch and pushed G2 to the bracket stage. But things only get more difficult from here. Standing in their way are defending MSI champions Chovy and Gen G. Fresh off another near-perfect split on the road to MSI, Chovy looks just as dominant as ever and has gotten the better of Caps multiple times on the world stage, holding a 7-2 head-to-head record. Will Caps and G2 buck the trend and pull off another miracle upset? Or will they be just another step for Chovy on his way to back-to-back MSI trophies?
Absolutely the team to beat. Ask whoever who's making a tier list. They all put them at #1 because of Chovy, but because of many other things, right, Raz? They are incredible.
They're amazing. An 18-0 split. They were so damn dominant. Chovy in front of you. Of course, this is the matchup that we're all looking for. Chovy has been so incredible, and I feel like the one that I'm most interested in is his champion pool. Like, he can play it all. The Twisted Fate, the Zoe, the Renekton, the Set, all of these things. And this is the path here, Vedius.
I mean, it's just been an unbelievable split from Gen G. They have looked, I wouldn't say, I mean, yeah, near flawless is probably the best way to describe them. Obviously, they make mistakes. They are still human. There are blips on the radar, but by and large, this team is one of the most impressive team fighting teams on the planet. They individually have incredible laning phases, and then just the macro dominance that they display in every single one of their games is just phenomenal. Like, it feels weird when you only ever have positive things to say about a team, but that is the state that Gen G is in right now, where it feels like they are just Glaze Central. You can only say good things about them.
Yeah, the fact that any one of these players can basically take the mantle of a draft and carry you through. It doesn't have to be Chovy. It could be Ruler. It really could be Keen. All of these things. Like, you can have a draft that caters towards Canyon's picks. Like, that to me is incredibly difficult to draft around.
Yeah, I think they're super, super scary. Maybe one of the best equipped teams in Fearless specifically. And it's cool for me because sometimes it's not immediately apparent what their kind of focus is, and then the game goes to 20 minutes and you're like, okay, I see what you're doing. And I think that's very hard to prepare against, probably. Now, are there any options for G2 here? Because logically you would say you should write this one off.
I mean, some of the criticisms that Gen G have received is towards the bot lane. Ruler every now and then does get called out. Some of the drafts do provide some question marks, like in their series versus HLE, first picking a Trundle, leaving you open for responses. But you do really have to be at the top of your game to punish these type of plays, because whenever there is a mistake, Gen G do a really good job of patching up the holes and coming back at you with force.
The mental is really strong. For them to go and have that reverse sweep, all these things, like, I feel like they're way too strong. They will constantly pressure you, so I'm worried. I'm worried.
I mean, I don't think you want to see you win, so you don't need to be worried. Don't you worry. Let's see how the fans have voted at mastercard.gg on X. They are calling the match, I think, usually for the favorite. So let's see. Oh, it is the case. 75.2%.
1 in 4 believe G2's going to win.
The copium's there. What? The copium is definitely there.
1 in 4. Damn, I admire the faith.
Yeah, let's see. The fans' track record so far is 67% correct. You can vote every day at mastercard.gg on X to lock your predictions in as well. So, final notes then. I think if we have to summarize it, for Gen G, anything but a victory at MSI is a letdown, is a failure. For G2, every single game won is a victory.
Mainly because of the playing performance, G2's expectations in the context of the tournament are so low. People think that they're just going to get 3-0'd. So for Gen G, anything short of a 3-0 will be a surprise.
True. Raz?
I'm just hoping for them to play at their best, play as a team. Like, we need something out of them. That's what I'm looking forward to when it comes to that squad.
I agree. For G2, it's about rising up to the occasion and seeing if they can do it. For Gen G, they are locked in all across the board. Chovy wants to win a second MSI in a row, and that's what their eyes are on. But maybe there's magic in the air because it is Canada Day, and Dylan Falco, he's Canadian! Oh. So let's get into G2 versus Gen G.
It's 19 best-of-5s throughout this tournament. Most competitive League of Legends International that we've had.
And G2 move on to the main stage.
There's such an immense amount of pressure.
Internationals are always special. We compete for this nerve. We compete for this feeling.
There's a fate connecting us, and we have to answer.
올해 스프링 약간 이런저런 변화들도 있었고 T1에게 실수는 실패가 아니라 우승하기 위한 과정입니다.
Dorn can do no wrong here in Busan.
국제전의 T1은 다릅니다.
爆冷不是因为实力，而是因为心中的渴望。
CFI will take first seed out of the LCP.
你们可能不看好我们，但我们会证明给你们看。我们将拼尽全力夺回 MSI 的冠军头衔。
BLG, you took us out in front of our home crowd. I'll show you the beast that you created.
I think this MSI is gonna be completely different. There are not gonna be any free wins. Anyone can bleed, and we're the ones that will prove it.
作为一个选手，很多时候我没有被认为最强，但是这个都不重要，我会在这里站到最后。我们用实力赢得站在这个舞台的机会，现在我们会在这个舞台扬名立万，每个人都能成为传奇。
2년 만에 다시 MSI를 하는데 너무너무 우승하고 싶다는 생각이 좀 많이 드는 것 같아요. 오랜 시간이 지났지만 제가 원래 있어야 할 곳으로 돌아왔습니다. 과거는 과거일 뿐이고 중요한 건 앞에 펼쳐진 길입니다.
26 to 3. T1 were just so damn good today.
T1의 경기가 시작됐다는 것을 보여드리겠습니다.
我们是来 ASI 证明我们自己的实力的，信不信由你。
You either step aside or get burned.
准备好面对 A 了吗？
저희가 만든 길은 저희만 걸을 수 있습니다. 만들어 놓은 길이지만 저희가 묻어드리겠습니다.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight. In the dark and light.
Hello, Vancouver! Please welcome to the stage for the first match of the bracket stage. Representing the LEC, it's G2 Esports and their opponents, the defending champions from the LCK, Gen.G.
And now I can talk normally as we get ready for the game. Woo! Had to put a little sauce on it. Dude, I've never been so hyped in my life. Look, it's Draco's Chronicler with the desk. You can see the players getting on stage. The roar of fans on Canada Day in Canada. This is going to be an incredible best of 5. And for all the LEC fans out there, hopefully not incredibly one-sided. I think we're both just hoping for some good games and to see the level of Gen.G, seemingly universal tournament favorites,
I can't wait. I have been, I think, and this I think comes the burden of knowledge. I've seen this Gen G team develop over the course of this year. They had a slower start, obviously weren't the representatives at first stand. And they also have had a tendency, historically, of being a little slow to start at tournaments. But given the performance of G2 during the play-ins, I think that the universal opinion, we saw prediction on the desk as well, makes the most sense. And for me, it comes down to that man in the mid lane. Chovy has been on an absolutely monstrous tear. He took January off. You know, that's okay.
Fair.
He took a little break. But ever since he got back on the throne, no one has come even remotely close within the LCK.
And it's rare in the history of League of Legends that we look at one player as undisputed best on a mechanical level. Faker, of course, the GOAT. But his form has gone up and down, always clutch when it mattered most. Chovy feeling like an anomaly in the best possible way for Gen G in the hopes of the LCK at this tournament. But we'll need to see as we get into picks and bans, right? It's a quick adjustment. Coming for Korea, a new patch. It's Fearless, something that honestly Gen G have thrived in. And need to see what their read is on 25-13. G2, a lot more comfortable on the stage, even if the matches might have been a bit uncomfortable. They got there in the end. Now as we enter the first pick and ban, no surprise to see TF taken off the board alongside the Pantheon. Now the Taliyah.
There's a ton of champions that we have seen Gen G drafted towards time and time again. I've seen this team pick B1 Azir more times than I can really put into words. Ahri is another that obviously is going to be very high on the prio list. We've seen the nerfs to champions like her, like the Vi as well, just not really matter. Strength of the kit coming through most. And for Gen G, as you point out, we have not seen a lot of them, even in the LCK. Don't forget, they played the full 5 games against Humble Life, found the reverse sweep, but that was the only series they played. Last time we saw this team face off before, that was in the final series against Bro. And that's feels like a lifetime ago.
It's not a lot of games on stage. So there is room for variance. But despite that, still the favorites. Ahri taken away. So a lot of the utility mid laners off the board, both the Ahri and the Taliyah alongside the Twisted Fate. Rumble, a pretty classic ban for G2. We'll see if the Jace follows. But obviously so many powerful champions still up and available.
Final ban imminent here. Let's see what we're going to end up with. Keen. The Keen Sante has really been back as, oh, I love that. The Nidalee ban, obviously, theoretically a flex, but realistically, that's always going to go to Canyon. He's one of the few players that has maintained it, and I mentioned it before.
It's like you're a prophet.
And it's B1 is here.
And/or this is the region that you cast, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's also Chovy. This is just how it goes. And we also saw it with the bans, right? Particularly that Ahri ban, we do often see come through. The Taliyah has been one of the big counter picks, but that was, I think, justifiably banned away by G2, not wanting to give that one over. As we see the Varus come through on Sama. Varus definitely a pick with a lot of power. And an early Maokai pick, definitely, I think, a big risk. This champion really good when it comes to disengaging, but not really the proactive powers that once upon a time it was.
And remember, when G2 struggled in that first series versus Furia, this was the fallback. Yep. It was instant Varus, Maokai, and we saw the Maokai almost permabanned in the rest of their series, not wanting to give them that same level of comfort. But unfortunately, comfort for G2 is also comfort for the side of Gen G. Yeah. First pick Azir, the room for a counter pick, but when you're the best player in the world, I don't think you're too concerned about what anyone else is going to bring. And now alongside Canyon Xin, most played champion in spring, and a champion that can, both in the early game, take over, and in these mid to late game fights against the Varus, if it's that poke build, mitigate so much of that damage.
As it is, it looks like the Renekton and the Azir to come through for Gen G. Yet another one of their patterns. They, despite the roster changes, can't seem to escape. Does come through. This has been historically a good pick with, or within, into the Azir rather. We've also seen it pair with Maokai a lot. There's really easy setup with the ultimates.
Yeah. And it feels like G2 have recognized some of the things that did work for them in the play-in stage, right? Caps having these picks with agency. We've seen good games with the Ryze, the Tristana, Yone as well. Of course, champion that's usually banned away, but managed to make it through. Going into Chovy's Azir is a tall task, and if you really want to cast your mind back, this has been a flex for Broken Blade before, although I doubt we'll see it here, is now the Jhin taken off the board for Ruler.
had a bit of a rough early laning phase in the finals against HLE, against Viper, specifically in the context of that 2v2. But don't want to give him that utility option. Don't want him to be able to, stay back at arm's reach.
It's been for sure the weak spot of Gen.G, and obviously weak spot comes within the context of being.
This is one of the few teams where you have to add that caveat every time. It's
kind
of annoying.
I'll
be honest.
They're undefeated, but we did see it actually be a problem for them. The reason why that series went to 5 games was mostly due to Ruler in particular struggling, and Duro to a certain extent as well, particularly when it comes to the laning phase. And they take away the Jhin, which is an amazing neutralizing pick. Works really well when you have an aggressive topside, as they do here. A lot of range, and then the Ezreal, because obviously the ability to not engage with any of the champions on G2, plus it being one of the Ruler's counter picks, or comfort picks rather, does make a ton of sense. The Renata should not be a surprise. That champion with Varus in particular makes for a extremely brutal lane, as the Alistar also taken off the board here.
Trying to get comfort out of the hands of Lebrov, while there are a lot of premier options when it comes to engage supports. That's been the one that he's looked the most comfortable on. Ansama taking his time, flashing a favorite champion. What is the option going to be here for G2? Jax into the top side. Broken Blade, obviously a lot of people skeptical about his level of performance, but the potential, we know how good Counter-Strike can be in this matchup. If he can survive, if he can weather the storm, Jax can get a lot done.
It's not just into the Renekton, right? It's also into the Zinza. We even had a period where we saw the Jax jungle come back specifically because Zinza was continuously blinded. As the Lucian Braum will come through here. Blinding Braum, I do think, always feels a little bad. And it is going to be the Rakan here for Lebrov. Obviously, the Rakan does allow you to follow up very nicely, I think, particularly when it comes to like Caps' ultimate, when it comes to Skewmond, using the ultimate more aggressive. But it does mean that your laning phase really suffers, right? Rakan, not known for his lane. I also think that when it comes to the 2v2, the Rakan and Varus combination, not necessarily super exciting. When it comes to topside, though, I do think it looks good for G2. The obvious issue with this draft is that there is a lack of magic damage. Sure. Gen.G most likely going to itemize into that as well. But given the fact that they don't have a true tank, it's really only Keen and maybe Canyon, if he gets to enough items that I think are really going to be able to benefit from this. And I think you look at these drafts for either team, and they're probably happy with what they got.
Yeah, certainly comfort, it feels like, on both sides. Gen.G, I think if we take nameplates off, I was a little worried, how much upfront reliable engage they have. It's the Xin, it's the Renekton going at you, paired with the Braum. But this is the team that can pilot compositions with a lot of nuance, can find those angles.
That's good engage.
They do have Azir. When he hits 3 items, I don't like relying on the slide and glide, but if anyone can do it, it's Chovy, right? On the upside for G2, you've got good engage options across the board. It's easy to see how in an even game state, this composition will function. But the question, and one more caveat on the endless list of caveats in the context of playing against this Gen.G lineup is, can you make it through that lane phase? Can you survive the earlier stages of the game? Can you exploit the same weaknesses that we've highlighted? It may not even matter on this international stage. Vancouver comes alive for game 1. Of course, you can see the runes at the bottom of the screen. Nothing too crazy, although it looks like it will be the lethality Varus for Ansama. So wants to poke, wants to stay at arm's reach, does make the Xin a bit better, does make the Braum a bit better, but also staying away from a Xin and a Renekton does seem.
Yeah, I don't think you wanna walk up. So we take a look at the road that G2 so far have made it through, but obviously not the expectation in terms of results. When it comes to the scores of the series, 3 and 2 in both. Hard-fought battles as well.
Yeah. When you talked about it for Gen.G, right? 1 best of 5 essentially in the last month of League of Legends play. G2 have played 13 games in the last few days. So in terms of comfort on this stage, in terms of time spent here, getting situated, it's a small advantage, but it might matter. Early lane phase, though, you can see already, Chovy not afraid to step up and just start harassing. See when Caps can get that first back. Boots 2 might help out a bit, but still going to be a bit of a struggle early on.
Going to be looking at the pathing of both junglers as well. Looks like they're on opposite paths right now. You have Canyon clearing from bot to top. Opposite here for Skewmon. We'll see if they're going to be looking for either. Both these junglers are reasonably strong when it comes to finding early ganks. A lot of CC available. A lot more damage, obviously, for the Xin, but Maokai CC, particularly with the laners that he does have, it still feels relatively threatening. as we do see, as expected, Chovy having prior there early. And the Renekton and Jax matchup, I think level 1, Jax actually does really well. As we can see, Broken Blade does actually get the prio. The fun sticks around until like maybe level 3, 4. And then after that, it gets rough for a good amount of time. And then obviously, down the line, Jax is going to have a great time once he gets his items. I think around that 2-item break point is where the Renekton just doesn't quite have the threat anymore.
That is a long period of time. Level 4 to 2 items. Yeah, it can be be a bit tough,
well,
but
you should still be safe. You know, you just can't really decide what happens in the lane.
Yeah. See if he's going to get some support where the attention could be from the jungle. You highlighted the Maokai earlier, obviously pathing down towards the bottom side. Canyon moving up top side. The Counter-Strike, good interactions into both champions, but with how far forward Broken Blade is pushed and with Counter-Strike now down, brief window, but Canyon still prioritizing finishing those camps, not in a great position as Caps level 3 not looking too bad. This is obviously the guy who was kind of the core of G2 scraping through, barely managing to make it. And of course, if you're just joining us, Caps, that's been the reputation for a long time, but wasn't clear in that first day of the tournament, those first few games. Definitely feels like a step up in performance thus far as bot lane looking a bit quiet. Unsurprisingly, Rakan sustained earlier does help mitigate a bit. Chovy now level 4. Looks unfazed by everything Caps is doing.
That's generally how it goes. Chovy obviously known for his laning phase. Caps a little low, but shouldn't be too worried. This is often how the matchup goes. Has Resolve second as well as a Doran shield, so unless something goes colossally wrong, should just be biding his time until he at least gets his ultimate available. That's when you start to get a little bit more threat. Besides that, nothing really expected when it comes to the early 2v2, particularly towards the bot side of the map. With the Braum, obviously, if you can get a good passive stack off on the very specifically, there are some angles, but outside of that, your engage kind of sucks, and also, you're playing into Rakan.
You know, first game on international stage is always a bit slower, which does give us a bit of time to remind people about this team. And Chovy, of course, his history. There was a kind of a meme from production about Choki. It was a reputation for a number of years, and it feels like now, as he's kind of the undisputed #1 player, the MSI victory last year, it feels like all of that has faded away. But this is a guy who has been on the cusp of that level of greatness for so long, but it is just without a doubt now, you can see amongst MSI mids, domestically, this is the man to beat. This is the player to fear. He is the boogeyman of the mid lane. Of course, he's still playing Azir, right? It's not the most crazy aggressive early lane, but he is the player that I think we have to keep our eye on.
This is going to be trying to farm up a storm, as he always does. We do see Labrov showing here on mid-wave. Not really going to get too much. Teleport is used though, so any health that you can get off of Chovy is a nice little win. As Dragon does get started up, we have the swap come through from Gen G. Not going to be matched by G2, and that does mean that Broken Blade is going to be put in an awkward situation, and Gen G not going to be contesting this Dragon early on. Do know this is going on, of course, as they have the ward in the pit.
But also just, I think, completely content to zone Broken Blade away. Yep. Keen much more comfortable in the context of that matchup. Altsama does have a bit of burst damage, but it's just so hard to chunk through that Renekton. A lot of natural sustain if you do want to push those waves in.
Yeah, it really is one of those situations where the champion is just a lot better when it comes to the early wave clear, to the sustain that he has available, and once he has his dominance available, obviously becomes a nightmare to dive. We do see the TP come in now. Does mean that there will be a summoner advantage there for Gen G. But as many have pointed out, Gen G not necessarily known for their aggressive early games when it comes to fighting, right? They are still, I think, a very proactive team when it comes to movement on the map, when it comes to playing for objectives. Doesn't necessarily translate into fist fights the way that we see with some of the other teams here at the tournament.
Yeah, like BLG, obviously a lot of those early tower dives.
T1, yeah.
Trade T1, much more of a hallmark of that style. Of course, Grubs, the next objective on both sides' minds, as Caps gets a little bit aggressive, but Canyon is here. Quick snapback makes it pretty easy. Soul Unbound keeping Caps safe, but should be a free recall for Chovy. G2 have push on top side. But of course, down that TP, as you mentioned earlier, and Broken Blade playing quite cautiously. Needs to hit that level 6 you can see on the side of your screen.
Yeah, we're in the zone we talked about earlier.
Yeah, what do you guys normally do here? I didn't
just catch waves.
I haven't played enough Pokemon recently to keep up with you. I'm so sorry. I should have.
Oh, when nothing is happening? Well, I don't know. We see where the conversation takes us. We have plenty of opportunity to talk about that. I'm always down for a journey down a rabbit hole.
Little journey.
I'm very easily distracted. Yeah.
Did you do anything for Canada today?
We went to a bridge, a little hike.
I was
fun.
giving, yeah, I like
Had a
that.
good time.
The
Very
suspension
enjoyable.
bridge.
Yeah, I mean the nature here has been absolutely incredible. One of the best parts of the trip so far. How about you? Any recommendations for the crowd?
Side. Now
Hans?
casting a top lane gank. As Hans Thomas backing up. Nice stun from Ruler, but won't amount to too much there. They get the cleanse and the heal, so big for a potential follow-up play, forcing Hans Thomas and Labrov to be a little bit more cautious, and some furious pings going down on the top side. I think not confident as to where Canyon is, so respecting a potential gank to come through.
Yeah, courtesy of the spellbook there, as Duro had the exhaust available to get some cooldowns. Not going to lead to too much more, as we do have both junglers towards the top side of the map here. Canyon is on his way, but with the flashes still available, I don't know how much they can really get, and is waiting in the brush.
Pull back from Labrov, quick on the trigger. General awareness that they were at risk, so playing with a bit more caution is Caps and Skumon trying to take a bit of control, but half health for Caps. Does have the Vamp Scepter, but this is where it gets awkward. You can see how far forward Chovy is posturing.
Skumon on top, need to be careful.
Wants to contest one of these. Caps is just getting chunked out. Skumon sticking around is risky. Hans Sama stepping too far forward to check the ward. A nice little trap baited by the side of Gen G. Exhaust responded by the cleanse. Labrov still standing for now. They wanted to clear that control ward, weren't ready for Ruler to be standing, waiting in the brush. As the Void Grubs, all three, going to the side of Gen G. It's so awkward for Skumon. He spent so much time spectating, maybe hoping for a bit of a fumble, a bit of a misstep. Canyon did not give it to him.
And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Gen G in particular are extremely adept at taking an oppressive laning state, turning it into objective. It's very straightforward, right? Chovy just has prio, is able to both draw Skumon to him while simultaneously chunking out Caps. And then because of the earlier play towards the bot side, there's not really a way for Hans as well as for Labrov to contest. They still try, don't really give too much up, but they're still not able to contest any of these grubs. They do go the way over of Gen G. And yeah, this is an LCK pace game, Dracos. I'm having a great time. This is... I love this, you know, it's the slow back and forth,
to be fair, I also,
the chess-like movements.
I like this. You think things are going to happen, things
Yeah.
happen.
No, they don't.
The world makes sense.
Nothing's going to happen. It's fine.
They
gonna embrace it.
For a reason. Maybe
Yeah.
sometimes that reason's beyond me, but I can understand. Of course, for Caps, we'll keep it simple. If you've watched International in the last 2 years, you know Blade of the Rune King. Always the thing to keep an eye out for on the Yone, as well as level 13, pretty important. Max rank on the E, lower cooldown, higher damage amp. Caps just trying to contest a bit of vision, but Jordo's exactly where he needs to be.
Next Drake is coming up. Do think that Gen G is going to be a lot more proactive about contesting this. A single Drake, not that big a deal. They also did get the grubs in the extended trade, right? Took a couple of minutes, but they did secure that. They also secured the lead for Keen towards the top side of the map. But particularly when you have this Crocodile, I think you want to fight early as Keen has found Broken Blade.
Good initial trade. Dominus popped. Jack's popping ulti as well for the extra resistance. Caps pushback will take a tower shot. Not an ult for ult trade though. So potentially a window that Caps can try and capitalize on, but it's so tough against an experienced player, especially with boots already.
They're still starting this, and Keen still has TP available, so does Broken Blade, but he's going to go for a base now. Gen G, I think, looking for the contest. Wave in mid is crashing. Chovy's on his way.
Canyon, can he find a way into the pit? Labrov locked up for a moment. Maokai ulti over the wall. Eyes on the dragon. Who's going to be able to get it? Caps. Beautiful start to the fight. Knock up coming through as well. Ruler's trying to back off, but they're getting lower and lower. Calling over the wall, but Ruler's in no man's land. And finally, Keen has come through, but the tower finishes the job. The kill goes to Labrov. Ultimately, it's the Drake for G2.
Massive win there for G2, rather. It's the combination of that Maokai together with Caps, finding multiple people, and Gen G just straight up caught off guard as Caps is fine, holding onto his flash as well. Cool cucumber there. The Drake goes to D2 because obviously they were first to the objective, but they get the TP from Keen as well as a favorable trait when it comes to the kills.
Definitely. Unfortunately, that gold advantage does go to Labrov. It means a quick early lock-it, which will help mitigate some of that upfront burst damage. Keen only getting stronger in the context of the 1v1, but that was kind of awkward. That was a bit of a weird play. I think Gen G not respecting the setup there. G2 in a very good position with that Maokai ultimate, something we highlighted in pick and ban, right? The ease of execution for this composition.
It was the ult difference. The fact that Cap still had his ultimate available. Like, yes, Chovy chunked him, but it doesn't quite matter as much here. They're also too quick on the trigger on that ultimate, so that Caps has a beautiful setup. Labrov follows up immediately. 3 men knock-up. And then by the time Chovy arrives, already too late, really. Same for Keen, gets an exit kill, but you're not really going to be too happy about that. Early skirmish, going the way of G2. And I'm going to also be fair, you need those.
I think big confidence there from the side of G2 as Broken Blade and Keen now going toe-to-toe once again. You mentioned it before, but as more items come through for the Jax, this does get a bit easier. Keen holding onto a gold and experience lead. Broken Blade has to be careful. The angle for the double dash. Quick Q, baiting the counter-strike, can re-dash. Broken Blade respects it and will already back away.
Yeah, they didn't really know where Skewmont was, so don't think Keen wanted to take the risk to go in. If the Maokai is there, obviously he can be in big trouble. As I was saying, I do also think as G2, you need to get these early leads, as many as you can. Camtech Drake, not really what you're looking for. If this is a mountain, right? If this is a Hextech, I think you're going to be feeling a lot better about the 2 Drake lead. But any lead you can get against Gen G early feels like a necessity because of how inevitable this team has been and how hard it has been to actually take them down.
You mentioned it before, right? Where we have seen hiccups, it's been in the earlier stages of the game. When we get to mid-game, their movement around the map, their setup on objectives, their individual skill often becomes overwhelming to handle as Caps finds himself in trouble. Defensive ult out. We'll trade 1-for-1 on that, but manages to live. Gen G, though, with control of the mid lane. Nothing really to play for here is LeBron.
A lot of members there. Looks like they're not going to fall for the trap. And Caps does live. Nicely done there with the snapback on the ultimate, but Chovy still has the damage. Nashor's done, so those autos can come through. Azir can still be a colossal menace, and despite the kill lead, we do see Gen G, as they always do, slowly inching forward in gold lead. It's these continuous side lane waves, these crashes that come through. Even in the previous play, yes, G2 was able to find a good fight, but they did lose a full wave because Caps dropped the wave to go help set up that fight.
The cost to find those advantages, and you can see in the mid lane, the gold looks close, but it's because of the kills and assists. Chovy, as expected, living up to his namesake with almost 20 CS advantage, although will lose a bit to that tower here as he's decided to move up to the top lane. Of course, one of the strengths of G2, if they find a lead, is these side laners, but because Gen G already got the early grubs, some of that threat to the towers is at least mitigated. And now, as you highlighted, Dragon stacking, an easy avenue for G2 to try and force a fight on their terms if they can keep that control. And Caps, with this extra lifesteal, you can see really starting to hurt.
Really does. As a ruler, this spot he is somewhat notorious for, needs to be careful, has been one of his biggest weaknesses, really within the context of his career, but specifically in this year, I feel like it's happened even more, getting caught on the ruler spot just on the mid wave, using a dash forward when you're not allowed to as they go in on Labrov, but that's a Rakan. So Canyon, not going to be able to really do anything. And this is, I do think, where we see the fact that Canyon, his CC is wind up, needs to get 3 autos off. The other member of his team that has CC that's reliable is Duro, who is Braum. Takes a while.
I mean, enough said, right? No one needs you to explain that one any further. We've all played Braum. We know what it's like. Ruler, though, quick culling. This is the power of the pick, especially as we get closer to that level 11 mark. More items under his belt. It's the poke. So does Herald secured. Control of mid, leveraged, Gen G threatening. And while, yes, if they're trying to find those picks, those quick engages, they don't have the best tools. If they get set up first on an objective, fighting into Braum and Azir and a Renekton is a death sentence. So G2 need to find a way to be ahead. Last time you mentioned before, sacrificing waves, being willing to give up a bit of CS, a bit of gold to be first on the objective. In the long run can come back to bite you, but it's definitely an option for G2.
Gen G this time set up first in the river. If it isn't for Caps getting one of the big engages, is it actually kind of hard for them to also get on top of Gen G? The disengage is really good with that Braum. Duro is already a little bit low. Is Keen. TP's in. Possibility for a soul point here for G2.
Set up off to the side. G2 second on the objective, but here comes the Maokai ultimate. Ruler sidestepping, crucially. Caps looking for the knockup, but already going in is Keen on the side, and he's going to get cut down. Knock to the backside, it's LeBron. Bomb onto Chovy. The Azir gone. Damage deleted. G2 find another fight by the Drake.
And Gen G get caught sleeping. Keen goes way too deep. No one there to back him up. And that's soul point secured here for G2. Another bunch of kills going over. As we take another look here, you see, again, the power of that CC, the Maokai ult, just getting so much value, splitting up the fight, and it's a segmented engage. First Broken Blade goes in, gets some cooldowns, and then Keen just a little bit too far forward. The rest of the team is clearly more occupied with taking the dragon, and then right there, the fact that Labrov gets on top of Chovy, charms him, and sets him up for a great ultimate from Caps, really big deal.
Quick play on the side lane. Caps snaps through. We'll be able to pull back, flash away. Q3 still living for a moment, but Chovy gets the job done. Shutdown for Gen G.
Definitely necessary there for Gen G. Caps and kind of running the game so far. Kill going over to the Azir. That also is going to be the bot lane secure. There's still a Herald as well for Gen G. That was back-to-back. Honestly, great fights from G2. But as Hanwha Life learned as well, actually taking down Gen D, gonna need a lot more where that came from. But that Maokai and that Yone, that combo so far has proven deadly.
And Gen G probably playing a bit more respect around those objectives, as now it is the soul on the line. 3.5 minutes, getting closer to Otacon as well. Caps off to a tear despite the CS deficit. Doing a lot of work here. And I think for G2, coming out of those interviews, we expected some progress, some improvement, but already a much stronger start to this series than I think any of the ones that they played in play-ins. But that said, a strong start against Gen G, as you highlighted, is not enough. They need to play flawlessly. They can't afford to let Chovy just continue to accrue this gold, because it doesn't matter how many kills Caps has if Chovy's just getting more items.
Still a big deal though, right? Yes, Gen G have had slow starts at tournaments before. Not something that we are not used to seeing from the Orc, but I think particularly Labrov in this first game had, I think, a really rough lanes, not really able to find the consistent impact. We saw the Alistar be banned away, but thus far, 100% kill participation here on the Rakan. Been a large part of many of the plays thus far as mid lane, now being sieged here by Gen G.
Onsama stepping up, laying down the hail of arrows as Broken Blade plays a bit of damage down, but tanks 2 tower shots. Definitely not ideal. Keen keeping the fight going. Broken Blade can't afford to stick around. That AoE damage is going to hurt, but Skewmon coming in the blink of an eye, offers an exit and a quick death for Keen.
And Keen, he sees a tasty food for the crocodile, and guess what? It was bait all along. Broken Blade finds his teammate Skewmon arriving in a perfect moment of time, and notably, if Keen doesn't go for that and just stays near his turret, it's a win for Gen G. They get the mid lane turret, the siege with the Herald is successful, but instead, basically an even trade, keeps the gold even, and in about 1 minute and 50, we are going to get to that possible soul fight at like close to 20 minutes.
True, but if there's one man who might be able to make enough money to get enough items to make the difference, it's Chovy. As you can see the coin base gold graph here. A lot of minions. Power farming on the side lane, close to what looks like a Rylai's second.
Oh, this finish it now. That's a big deal. Looking at the item finishes, not quite there yet for Broken Blade. Despite the kills that he's been able to pick up, not quite there yet for Caps, but Ruler, Chovy, both sitting on 2. We'll see if that makes the difference, because thus far, G2 have had much better team fights here in the 5v5.
And I think a lot of it for the side of Gen G comes down to, can they get set up first? In the previous fight, the answer was yes, but the Maokai still able to make the difference. The Yone still there, but they've got more items under their belt now. The threat of a culling. G2 have to be careful.
Are they going to just start this, try and force cooldowns? Wouldn't surprise me. Bot wave being pushed out. 2 item spikes are there. It looks like Gen G want to at the very least get that TP.
Caps snapping
going
back
down
and recalling. G2 have made the call, it seems, to give this one up. But
there's
no,
the
TP in from Jax. Caps recalling, buying an item. That's the ulti going in from the Maokai. They want to split it. They want to 50-50 it. Skewmon against Canyon. Who can get it?
He got it!
It's Canyon in the clutch. Binding away, but the ball from Caps is there. Down goes Keen. No, lives for an extra moment. The snapback will get it done. Q, knock up onto 2. Duro on the way out. Chovy with the pushback to hold the line. But Skewmon goes in one more time. They get the objective. They get what they came for, but they paid much more than they wanted to.
And Otacon turns your teams into paperbacks as Ruler just goes in, flashes out. Nothing he can do.
There, waiting it out. Won't quite fade away in time. Caps a few more seconds. Hansama flash forward, wants to finish the job under Ruler. One more item will do it. The hail of arrows. 10-2. G2 with the gold lead in game 1. Labrov looking for the knockup. Duro next. It's an ace. It's a soul.
It's a complete blowout. 11-2 rather with a final kill. Otacon secured, Soul there as well. And Gen G, look at how low these health bars are here in the Massacre Priceless moment as they get a 2-for-1 deal. The fact that Gen G is trying to contest this when they basically have 0 resistances, it clearly speaks to their desperation. And then the fact that not only do they win this fight, but they get the soul on top of it.
And it matters. The thing is, we often talk about Chemtech, it's one of the lowest priority souls, but you have a Jax and Ione on sideline who are going to be fighting these battles relatively low health.
I was going to combo, but I saw a bit also.
Caps keeping it casual. You can hear the confidence in his voice, the execution for G2. And again, Gen G got the objective. It cost them a lot. It really was Hans Sama in that fight. We weren't sure how much value Tavares was going to be able to get, but obviously connecting on those key targets consistently, and it's so hard for Gen G to find a way onto him when their backline is being dove repeatedly.
And looking at the items, 2 item spikes now there for G2. With the Chemtech, they're going to be even harder to take down. Chovy.
Yeah, it's going in for the ult. Pushback is there. Well timed by Chovy. Ulti for ulti trade. Candy goes into Lebrov. It's tough here. Gen G trying to hold on to that mid lane tower. Still have the calling for Ruler if it comes to it. Difficult for G2 to advance the game. They've got a sizable lead, but item advantages haven't quite accumulated yet. Really, the biggest beneficiary of this entire situation is Broken Blade. The individual gold lead, 1.2k. It was a difficult laning phase. Down almost 20 CS at one point, but now hitting that 2-item threshold that you talked about, this is where he can really start to take off.
I feel like he's already in the air, and Keen's just a crocodile. You know, he's seeing Jax soar in the sky. And Gen G, seeing them fight their way out of many situations. Their team fighting is still great, but I want to highlight, I don't think that this is one of those situations where you look at the scaling and you go, well, there's always, when you reach a certain breakpoint, obviously Azir is always going to be a threat. I think Renekton, much more than he used to be, always can get value in a fight if he can get on top of a big target, take them down. But I go back again to this Jax. Such an incredibly potent pick into basically every member on Gen G. And then add to that the fact that he has the biggest lead in the game. Was, as we saw in the interview that you had with him, also, I think, again, justifiably criticized for having a really weak performance, but stepping up here today.
Yeah, we saw it last year in a lane swap meta. Broken Blade, way better stats. When all top laners were walking around just being farm bots. And this year, when he's allowed to lane 1v1, he's been falling behind and it's been falling apart. But this game, potentially the start of something new. I won't pretend that the early game stats were pretty, but holding on, finding a way to scale into this game is a big deal for G2's hopes here. Knockback is big though. Lebrov caught out, not respecting the Mega Blast Cone. Shut down for Duro, a little supportal combat. And a big misstep right ahead of Baron.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna make the call. Gonna try and play here.
Instantaneous TP. Babs gonna lose the snapback in a second here. Might have wanted to get another cooldown. And this
they
is
have
the thing.
to.
No matter how far ahead you feel, no matter how comfortable the game seems against a team like Gen G, it's not over until the Nexus falls.
The poke is hitting though, look at the damage!
Sama, almost 6k in the last fight. How much will we get here? If the arrows keep connecting, this is gonna be big. Duro's gonna have to use the Unbreakable in a second. Taking his time, ulti into the midst of the pit. Skewmon to follow. Caps standing behind. Chovy goes golden buys brief second, but he just sells out Ruler. The pushback is massive for Chovy. The Azir is still alive. He's free hitting, but there's just too much damage. G2 shredding through Gen G. Quick flash out from Chovy. Sliding to safety. Objective down. But again, it is the fight where everything falls apart for Gen G.
Pretty sure that Duro had his spellbook set on Smite there. Lebrov had his as well, but unfortunately, that whole play started with him getting down. But importantly, G2, they don't let Gen G get away with nothing. The damage is already done here at the beginning of this play, and even though Caps doesn't quite find the mark, Chovy finds a stopwatch. It doesn't matter, because again, Broken Blade on this Jax immediately gets onto the back line. And Gen G, they just don't have the stats, right? Chovy doesn't have the damage. If he has a death cap, then maybe Keen desperately tries to get a kill back, but Caps with the shield bow says, no thank you.
Perhaps a whoopsie indicator, perhaps just an itchy head. We'll never know. Of course, for Gen G,
could be both.
A good moment of coordination for Canyon and Duro. Because if they didn't get that steal, if they lost that 50-50 and that fight, it would start to feel completely out of hand for Gen G. This Caps has to be careful about stepping too far forward. Ruler really starting to hurt. We're 50 seconds away from the Elder. G2 bullying, taking space up in Gen G's jungle.
And G2, I think the only way that this game truly gets out of your control, because despite everything, the Baron buff, really not going to get a ton of value, right? The Rebel Baron power play is negative, only Chovy got it. They're not going to get a ton of value. Just don't flip Elder. That's all you need to stay away from. You can set up baits, and we see right now, they're setting up a ton of vision here towards the brush and the enemy jungle. They're on red side, or at the red buff, rather. And look at that. That's not even including the saplings that I'm sure Skewmont is going to be throwing down. And you can see Gen G, map shrouded in darkness.
But leveraging the Baron buff on Chovy, backing him up, shadowing him as he pushes this lane. Cap stepping up, but heal there. Canyon responding with the wind becomes lightning. Blue Trinket indicates the Elder hasn't been started, so Gen G happy to play this slow. Use the prio, use access to the bottom lane to move in and take some of this vision. Get as much free information as they can with the minions. They spotted 3 now. So it can be a bit comfortable here. Canyon not too concerned, but multiple saplings. A little bit of AP in the build from Skewmont. When it pops back up, might be 2 items, so still have to respect a little bit of poke damage there.
Yeah, and I talked about the lack of AP, but not only gun the Leandries, but also the Bloodletters, right? So it is actually a pretty big deal. The damage that comes through here is Gen G desperately trying to gain access, but this is where I think the threat of that Maokai comes in big. Caps looking for an angle as well, I'm sure.
G2 favored in the composition. Gen G playing into the choke. Makes the Maokai all, the Yone all powerful. Multiple ults used, traded back, but it's a quick snap out from Caps. He still has an ulti of his own. Broken Blade in the midst of the team. Backing away. 6K. The Elder starts to reset. You don't want to take a 50-50 against Canyon.
I just pull off. Gen G looking to teleport Keen back in. Starrick's still available. Duro is low. There's no smite on Labrov right now, so this would just be a straight up 50-50.
G2 are stone cold. Looks like they might have found the angle. Lockup is there, immediate fall from Labrov. Chovy's not gonna have a chance to respond. The CC flawless! Hans on a rampage. G2 finding the angle. The patience, the discipline around the objective, unseen in play-ins, comes roaring out on the main stage, but it's Labrov again, over-eager. The Elder still critical, untaken, for now uncontested.
Oh, Canyon on vision. Obviously going to try and look for the steal. I don't think he should be allowed to approach this. Broken Blade, standing guard.
But it's a 2. Broken Blade has to retreat. Hans getting some poke down. Canyon with the flash. 5K. Caps going for the knockup. Everything used to deny this jungler access. But now no one's on the objective. No one's on the Drake. They're taking their time. Keen slowly burnt down.
That's going to be
Dragon
it.
Set to fall as well. Keen running for his life. G2. Soul. Elder. 7K.
This is going to, because of the delays, also set up the next Baron, I'm sure, is Chovy. Goes for an early Zhonya's, and Labrov says, thank you very much. Ready with the charm. No opportunity. Didn't have the flash available, so was just kind of cooked the moment he pressed that button. And then Caps ensures the follow-up. Ruler stays alive for a little bit, but in the end, Labrov does get him. And that's a worthy trade. No Ruler means so much damage gone, and yeah, that's going to be the face of a lot of Gen G fans right there as this game number 1.
2 minutes on Elder. And Gen G obviously have pulled a lot of rabbits out of a lot of hats, made a lot of miracles happen, but come on. Yeah, 6K gold, Elder. G2 might not be the favorites in the series, but it's feeling like a slam dunk here in game 1.
Well, particularly given how the fights played out, right? All fights, I think, have been G2 favored. It's, again, that topside trio. Hans doing an incredible job of supporting, softening them up, but it's Broken Blade jumping in, Caps finding the ultimates. And Skewmont with the setup is now Elder. Still another minute, and Gen G, they can't really do anything. They're just going to have to give up a good amount of objectives. And again, 20 seconds till that Baron is up here. And G2, unless something absolutely ballistic happens, should be looking at a game 1 lead here.
Broken Blade staying in the wave, quick stun. Ward hop over the wall. Gen G trying to collapse somewhere, look for an angle, but it does cost him a bit of damage on the top side tower because it's only Keen left to defend it.
45 seconds.
TP coming in, matched immediately by Caps. That's the ulti out from Skewmont. Push back from Chovy, a solid start, but Ruler, the culling goes completely wide. Caps over the wall, looking to find a man, looking to find the knockup, but Canyon is untouched for now. G2 descending into the base, and it's all eyes on the Broken Blade, leaping forward. Ruler can't get it done. G2 in game 1. Not a single person predicting in their favor on the desk, but they managed to find a way
and the confidence on this lineup as they close this game, as they draw first blood in this best of 5.
Absolute smackdown, Dracos. Here in the first game, Gen G, it starts off rough and only gets worse from there. The early fights for G2, Caps dropping a wave left or right, who cares? When that's the fight that you bring.
Unexpected. G2 showing up in form, Gen G not able to match. Let's head over to the analyst stats to break down that game 1.
18-0, who? This is G2, baby. They come out swinging in game 1. And I know, the Lulu is the Salulu sometimes. Sometimes you gotta believe in every single engage, in every single fight, and in yourself. And that's what G2 did.
I am mind blown. I genuinely didn't. I thought this was going to be a quick 3-0 day.
Yeah,
G2 looked awful in the play-in stage, and then in game 1, they looked crisp as hell.
A lot of people are going to be canceling dinner reservations. This is going to go a long one. It was not just Caps, it was the whole team. Skumons, Maokai finding a great engage. LeBron James, by the way, props to him. His recon was crazy. It's a little bit small, but if you zoom in, you see the actual jersey itself. But it was such an amazing game.
Yeah, all the things I think we criticized them for before are things that came together in this one, right?
100%.
When you look at Broken Blade's performance, when you look at kind of the bot lane overall, but the whole team, what was the X factor in this game? Like, how did they pull it off?
So I think they came in with a very solid plan, a very safe draft, a lot of comfort picks, Yone, Caps in particular, into the Azir, a matchup he's super comfortable on. There was an early swap that came through from Gen G, where we started to see the gold very quickly shift in Gen G's favor. But you said it at the start, Shox, confidence. G2 was playing with nothing but confidence in every single play that they made.
What did we say in the beginning? For Gen G, it's their tournament to lose and every single game to lose because everyone's looking at them as the team to beat. For G2, a little thing can be a spark, as we saw in this game.
100%. For every MSI or Worlds, the question is, what does play-ins mean for you? And so it really was about them locking in. And that's why, thank you to the reliable Cisco network, every second counts. G2 was locked in for a lot of these fights. The Baron fight was a big one.
And this one I gotta say, because we looked at kind of Lebrov here, he goes a little too far. That's, by the way, that's probably the only mistake he made this game. So G2 are up against it 4v5. So how did they make this work?
Well, I mean, patience was key. And that's something that really surprised me because I think it was a bold bet by Gen G to force the ban, specifically into a poke Varus. The damage that Hansam is getting by chipping away as the Baron is helping that as well. An early heal comes through from Gen G, but then with the Maokai ultimate, they collapse on multiple sides. And when Broken Blade and Hansam are given all this space to just pick on whatever target they want, it's a one-sided fight for G2.
And I love the angle that Caps had on the top side that forced the Zhonyas there from the Azir. Like, it made the fight so much easier. This was one of many examples in that fight.
Absolutely. So now we are not counting Gen G out. I mean, they reverse sweeped one of the best teams in the world just a while ago. But I love kind of taking stats and bending them to my will. So here is a stat line. It's about Canada Day.
Oh, I like this.
In the present and in the past. And if our two teams have been able to win games on Canada Days in the past, regardless of if we were in Canada or not.
All I know is you seem to have a lot of confidence in some stats that you found, Shox, about Canada Day.
Yeah.
These are great stats for you. I'm going to put this on.
I mean, we still don't see them. But TLDR, G2 wins more than Gen G on Canada Day. So in the past, it's okay.
Okay, fair. Understandable.
G2 on Canada Day is 5-2.
Gen G 2-2. I don't know what to tell you. Actually, 2-3 now, I guess.
The stats don't lie.
No,
I'm a believer.
I know that we are, of course, very, very happy, most of us, about G2 winning game 1, but it's a long road. So which side would you like to take? Would you like to take the side of how Gen G fights back or how G2 keep it going? Pick your poison.
Ooh, because, I mean, It's interesting because I don't think G2 did anything crazy in game one. I think the biggest advantage Gen G's going to have in the rest of the series is something we talked about earlier in the day, which is their depth of champion pool. Fearless is a format that really benefits Gen G because they're all players that have an incredibly deep champion pool. And for G2, I don't know if I would have that same level of confidence. So, fantastic game one. I love the preparation, but can they maintain that level of prep against a team like Gen G in the best-of-5 environment?
Yes, I agree with that. For Gen G, just be stable, just be ready for those fights. It happened in the HLE series. Be there first.
Absolutely. We know they can rally, but for G2, at the very least, it's a huge confidence boost that what they're doing is working. Let's see if they can keep it going, and we can keep dreaming.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Welcome back to MSI. Ahead of Game 2, G2 Sports versus Gen.G. Romain, any quick impressions on Game 1?
Là, on est bien. It means we're chilling. We were chilling before the game. We're chilling now. We're just enjoying every single game. Every single game is more experience for us. If we win, that's nice. If we lose, it's expected. So we won. Let's see, new game, new draft, new puzzle. We're really excited. We're just happy to be here, you know.
So far, so good. Let's see what happens. Romain, merci beaucoup. Back to you guys.
Unsurprisingly feeling chill after that game 1, despite maybe some questions in the landing phase. Everything sort of came together. Drago's Chronicler for the call. And I'll be honest, Chronicler, of the two of us, a lot of people would think that I'd be the homer. I was the doubter. It was you who told me, hey, Gen.G, haven't played in a long time. Jet lag's always a factor. They're a team who have been known to fumble and make mistakes. Yes, we still look at them as tournament favorites. Yes, we still look at them as the best in the world, but it's not like it's every single game, every single moment in the tournament. It's when you put it all together.
It goes both ways, right? I think Gen.G clearly, of course, as they have done many times after long breaks. We even saw this during the LCK playoffs, or the road to MSI rather, but also credit where credit is due. I think both the draft from G2 was obviously a smash hit. I feel like the combination of Lebrov playing so much better, I think, throughout the entirety of the game, extremely crisp on the Rakan. And additionally, the Maokai for Skewmon, as well as Caps actually holding his own in that lane. Can't wait to see whether it's going to continue on the upset road, or if Gen.G is able to kind of bounce back from what was a very rough for them game number 1.
Yeah, and I think we could see the weaknesses of Gen.G's draft. Expected the team cohesion to kind of outmatch some of the things that could make playing that game out hard. At the end of the day, it was G2 who came out on top in fights. I think it is hard now for them to replicate the exact same kind of success. Gen.G is the losers of game 1, get his pick side. They've selected blue again. This time around, 10 champions hit the bench. Followed now by the Pantheon ban, the Kalista, the Taliyah. Maokai, of course, the pick that has looked the best for Skewmon at this tournament in the 2 games that he's played it.
Ooh, that Lee ban.
I mean, very few players in the world do you have to ban this champion against. It's probably just Canyon, actually. Yeah. It's probably one player in the world, and his name is Canyon.
Yeah, it kind of depends. We've seen Owner have great performance on it as well, but Canyon definitely had a very big performance recently against Hanwha Life. I wonder if they're going to repeat the Nidalee ban as well. If you're going to go for the Lee, I think the Nidalee also feels like it should be within the realm of expectation. If you ban the Nidalee, I'm also not sure what Gen.G is going to be looking for. The downside of that, obviously, that Rumble will remain open. It's going to be Gwen instead.
Okay. Do they want to instantly lock the Rumble? It's not something G2 are known for playing. A lot of teams are willing to risk giving it up. Gen.G's first game strategy was a lot of blind pick solo laners. This time it looks like it will be the Vi. Reliable upfront engage.
Currently 0-5. Obviously, we're not going to be fooled by small sample sizes, but the champion has received continuous nerfs, and more importantly, what Vi does is very, very straightforward. It does feel like a champion that has a single thing. Going in, being able to find consistent backline access. So drafting counter dive does mean that there are a lot of tools available. We've seen the Wukong be really strong into it as well, both from a clone perspective, being able to get away from her easily, but also the fact that Cyclone just kind of ruins her day. It's going to be the pickup here for Skewmon.
And we'll see what the early game looks like. Vi, Wukong, both champions known to farm to level 6. Canyon, of course, with this kind of setup, expect for him to have that big impact. The Nunu's hovered once again. Some highlight moments in plans from Skewmon. Not necessarily the great ones, but lots of views on them nonetheless. In the end, it's going to be the Senna. Something that G2 have prioritized a number of times. Last time it was with Tom Kench. So a very stable champion. Hansama in that Varus in the previous game, putting up massive damage numbers, kind of free to just take pot shots with all the dive present on his team. It looks like G2 might want to replicate some of that with the Senna, although it will take a bit more time to come online.
It does also help with some of the early brawling that I imagine you will be doing with that Wukong. So it makes me wonder if they want to go towards something that plays well together with that Wukong in mid. Kind of depends, I think, on what Chovy locks in here. The no-brainer is obviously Ahri. That Vi-Ari combination is something that we've seen so many times, has just been an extremely solid 2v2. But I actually like this. I think that Alistair makes a ton of sense because with that Senna, we've already seen the Senna Alistair come through. And it was also banned on the side of Gen.G in the last game. Not going to want to give that one up.
I like prioritizing that proactive engage pick and also taking something away from LeBron, as you highlighted there. And Gen.G did take the gamble. They prioritized the Vi over the Rumble. G2 did not contest it. It'll be a return to the Tahm Kench that we saw in plans. A champion that can mitigate so much of what the Vi does. Make sure to protect that key carry. And we know if the game goes late enough, Senna can really just take over those fights. But already Gen.G, a lot more proactive tools than they had in the previous game. There's no Braum, no Xin. You don't have to wait for 4 auto attacks to find that CC. The Alistair and Vi, much more immediate effect.
The counter engage is kind of crazy though, again on G2, and I think that that was something that they used with great efficiency. As a very good Coster Jun fan sign there. But you already have so many tools to keep the Senna safe. Wukong can obviously play far forward, but can also fulfill a slightly more defensive role. We do see that the combination of that Vi and Rumble obviously is really tough to play into, even with a Kench. As long as you can have any form of CC or the Rumble, I think you're always going to be happy. Alistair obviously provides that as well. Ornn, no-brainer. Seen it played into the Rumble a lot. I wonder if they also want to go for the Galio, which has been another pick that we've seen picked into it very often, as the Ahri and Annie both taken off the board and both pair insanely well with the Vi.
Definitely do. You mentioned the Ahri before, right? Opting to take something away from LeBron instead of prioritizing conventional power pick. Someone, of course, on the side of Gen.G is going to be forced to blind. Multiple members in this context. His top lane is already locked in, and now it's the Sylas. Taken away from Caps. Respect to both the Rumble and the Alistair ultimate that could be taken away.
Alistair in particular, just not very fun to play into. And also feeling very likely that Chovy is going to have to go for a blind pick here. So doesn't want to get hit with a Sylas counter pick. So I imagine Broken Blade's champion does come through, and it is the Galio, not on the ban list. Really the type of lane where you are just looking to absorb the punches, but again, just adds more safety, more counter engage to the G2 comp.
And a nice setup for G2 in the sense that Ornn and Galio, you can ban both away to get a nice matchup for the Rumble, but you risk that Sylas.
Yeah.
Put in a position where couldn't take everything off the board. More AP, more team fighting, upfront burst damage. Gen.G in a much better position to just pull the trigger and force these fights with this Aurora.
I wonder what Ruler wants to go towards here. I've seen this man be known for many an AD carry, but not necessarily quite as diverse as some of his opponents.
You don't believe this, right? I'm not alone.
I'm not believing it. So this makes way more sense.
Yeah, I wanted to believe it. It's the Jhin. Okay, so utility, and this is a classic combo, iconic combo over years of League of Legends. Jhin, Rumble together, lay down the carpet, fall up with the curtains.
Playing Jhin into Wukong though. That's definitely something that is very scary as the Rise comes through, so even more ability to impact side lanes. And I gotta say, I think it's kind of a smash hit from G2 again. Matchups are feeling good, but most importantly, Gen.G are not really gonna have a choice but to play very, very aggressively, very far forward into Galio, into a kiting back Senna, and into a Tahm Kench. And given how the early game of game number 1 played out, I think Gen.G with this draft is going to be looking to try and secure early leads. This would have been game 1. I think we would have been a lot less doubtful, but with G2 having a game one performance like that, makes me wonder how this second draft is going to play out, Dracos.
Some weaknesses from the expected tournament favorite does breed a bit of hope for the side of G2. And as you highlighted compositionally, once again, they've managed to put themselves in a position where Caps has that champion with agency. We've seen Rise already in this tournament be successful for him. Yone was another option. Tristana was the other pick that I really felt like he was able to impact the map. Now getting ready for game 2. And of course, while you're watching the action unfold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning in to MSI. All you need to do is be logged in and watching on LoLEsports.com for a chance to score some of that in-game loot. Don't just let it be the G2 fans making away like bandits today so far.
And we see Gen.G They've been in deficits before, in series, even in the most recent one, but I imagine they got to be reeling at least a little bit from the uppercut thrown out by Gen.G, or G2 rather, in that game number 1.
Definitely not the expected result. Again, clean 3-0. Was a bit of the expectation is some aggressive level 1 trading here.
That's a level 1 Alistair.
Vulnerable target. Has gone glacial, so some solid damage reduction, but of course, reminder, Gen.G, LCK first seed. And all this stuff, all this information is important. Chovy eating minions.
Canyon in his classic.
When you asked for that, I didn't think it would be so creepy.
It's good, you know. He just every minion he can find, and in game number 1, clearly not enough. As Gen.G, the top half obviously unchanged from last year. Ruler and Duro replacing Pace and Lahens. Ruler swapping sides with Pace, of course, currently on JDG, where he was last year. Duro coming in hot from Liv Sandbox. And in this game number 2, the early fights from Gen.G are going to be a really big deal. There is, as mentioned, a good amount of counter engage for G2, but I do think that compared to game number 1, the spikes feel like they will naturally come in way later. Obviously, Wukong spikes well on 6, and there are some capabilities if you get the early CC chain with the Realm Warp, or with the Rise getting to a lane, and then Labrov being able to maybe hit some of that engage Kench power. But both Rise and Senna generally do need a good amount of time. That's a level 2 hit earlier here. Hero needs to be a little careful.
Very close. Of course, Labrov has already stacked up 3 of an acquired taste. Ruler not quite going to be locked up. Root connecting onto Doro. Find the knock-up initially onto Labrov. So good healing. Tahm Kench base stats are incredibly powerful early, but that 4-shot for Ruler, extra healing coming in, will be traded for the barrier. So 2 summoners to 1. Gen.G, nice little early trade.
If Labrov hits that W, might have been a different look, but Ruler is able to sidestep it. But I do think this is the type of lane where you're expected to just kind of hang back anyway. Jin, obviously, very strong in the laning phase, as Chovy, as expected, on this Aurora. Particularly with the Electrocute, going to be feeling really good early. Once Caps get to the point where he can just power clear these waves, going to be a lot easier for him. Doesn't really have to interact nearly as much as both junglers this time around, pathing towards the same side of the map, but don't necessarily think that there is too much to be done. These trades, though, keep going the way of Gen.G, but nothing too crazy. I also don't know if you really want to risk trying to go for a dive. It looks like Kane at least is going to threaten it.
Broken Blade keeping pressure on the top side. Well highlighted, Chronicler. A lot of members playing down towards bot. Of course, Canyon. Wasn't clear to me if he was spotted or just a bit of a predict with the pings coming out from G2. But similar to last game, pretty controlled early on. Unsurprising given the junglers. Broken Blade much more comfortable in the early stages of this matchup on the top side than he was in the previous one. It's now Gen.G looking to re-dive. Knock up there onto Hans. Q follow. Vault breaker in the first blood. Gen.G make it look easy. And it's a nice commitment from Canyon. Lets one wave go by. Skewmond leaves. He comes again.
Ooh, that's pre-6 Wukong, though. Not quite the same amount of power. Keen is a little low, though.
Keen, careful to get his damage out before he overheats. The taunt, solid, good damage. Flashing to safety. Broken Blade chunked out.
Uh-oh.
Won't quite fall, but those minions doing a hell of a lot of damage. Keen.
Canyon's on his way. He still has flash.
Oh, no. The flash from Broken Blade. He might just want to save it. Justice punch out. Able to make it through. Disaster for G2 in the first sequence of play. Not able to find the cross map. And this first tower dive just looks so effortless.
Very straightforward there. Duro gets taken low thanks to the root connecting, but there's just too much CC. So you can see the vibe's good there as the TP comes in. Canyon maybe in trouble.
Canyon. Labrov just able to hit the edge on the knockup. Canyon still only level 4, flashing over the wall. Knock back onto Broken Blade. Duro using him as a taxi to try to make it out to safety. Doesn't have the Scuttle Crab in his favor, though, so no extra movement speed. And he will get taken down. A nice little look from the side of G2.
And Duro dying there for the sins of his jungler. Canyon just, I imagine, just caught on the Raptor camp, caught off guard by the deep TP there from Broken Blade. Nicely done by G2, good punish. Immediately trade a kill back.
Good that they're able to find that return kill. Skewmon gets aggressive onto Chovy. Chovy just now ticking over to level 6. A lot of resources from G2 leveraged to make sure the Caps can get a decent recall. Only has the tier thus far. Broken Blade. We have the classic awkward AD carry versus top laner matchup, although Duro's finally here.
Ruler going to be looking for the cancel. And you see, Broken Blade has to play respectful because of the threat of Duro. Once he shows, should know that he is fine for now, as in he goes.
Duro, nice Hex Flash, good combo. Taunt is there, but he wanted to auto attack anyway. Broken Blade a little bit tankier, decent damage down onto Ruler. Now following up a quick flash out to safety, cannot afford to get hit by that 4th shot. And he doesn't have perfect information. They've got good vision on the top side, but I don't think they've spotted Canyon, so he's just forced to recall. Might stick around, ends up being the right call. Confident enough that the vision means no one else is there, or it could have been a quick dive.
I think we also saw Caps already rotate over. Doesn't have the round map available, so maybe in case they do try and look for a redive, could have gone there before Chovy did. Canyon maybe looking for some Krugs this time around. We do see Gen G compared to the previous game, I think, cleaning up the laning phase, but we do see G2 again playing very heavily towards these objectives, and with the swap that is in place, no shot that Gen G is contesting this first Drake, so G2 going to take that one again. The fact that Skewmon also was the one that picked up the kill, I think, pretty big deal. The Wukong snowballs insanely well when you can get these early kills. About to hit level 6, and what Gen G get for their troubles is Krugs. Whereas G2 get a Dragon. Going to be feeling good about that trade.
True. If they stick around topside, they will be first on the Grub spawn. They already have their bot lane there, so likely the G2 will be a wave behind, may need to concede some minions if they do want to contest that objective, but it does feel a bit awkward. We saw how important Drake stacking was for G2 to find good fights, and it's not like they lack tools to force those same fights in this game too. But everything relatively quiet. Keen, small gold lead. Ruler doing quite well given the kill. But for Hansama, of course, we know it's the scaling pick. Getting more souls, taking a bit more time. Much preferred to be laning against Keen, where the range advantage meant that he could get some free souls. Here, it's a much tougher. Labrov will TP back to the top side, courtesy of that spell book. Hansama will be able to play a little bit more forward.
Skewmon.
Caps
on his way.
Trading. Waiting for Canyon.
Oh, I think they have suspicion with the way that Caps was moving. Skewmon has the ultimate available. Slight gold lead, but the bot lane just can't move.
Ruler.
Yeah, they're gonna...
Chovy committed to recalling, though.
Maybe look for one. Chovy does have TP.
Will TP in. G2 might just have to be happy with that as a consolation prize, but Skewmon's still sticking around, maybe hoping to find a steal. Hansama at least getting the souls. Nice engage coming in from Duro. Lock up there under the Wukong. Chovy's ult goes in as well, and down goes Skewmon. Labrov caught in the midst of the pit. Hansama laying down a bit more shielding, and it looks like Vi will fall. Canyon spit over the wall. Taken out of the pit, Hansama. Waiting for the flash to come through. Root is there. Curtains called on Labrov, and down goes the Catfish. Feat of War claimed by the side of Gen G alongside the Grubs, excuse me.
It's a flip of the fight that we saw in the first game. This time, G2 not quite ready for the engage. As Duro flash engages on top of the Wukong, doesn't get the time to actually clone, and yes, Broken Blade tries to keep him alive. They trade Canyon, but if your fight starts off like this, I think Gen G, these level 6 spikes are absolutely devastating. You're a little bit more reliant on items as G2, as Labrov gets cooked as well. Big win there for Gen G.
We saw the same head scratch from Chovy in game 1.
It's exactly the same, the head tilt as well.
Same head tilt, universal mid lane gesture. And I think this is concerning for the side of G2 because you can see that when they start to lose a fight, unlike the previous composition, they can't just overload with CC. And when you start to run from the Rumble Jhin comp, it's not going to go well for you.
Yeah, you can't really leave, unfortunately. As Jhin, never going to allow that. Now, this is another one of those games, I think arguably even more pronounced than the first game, where G2 does always have the promise of a late game that I think will be very hard to match for Gen G. I do think Gen G have the type of composition where if you ever get a pick, you can basically always be relevant, but it should get harder and harder as Skumon and Canyon gonna meet. See if this leads to anything, but I think Skumon not wanting to run the risk with Keen having prio towards the top side of the map. But it's the mid game, right? It's now that these one-item spikes are being hit, Chovy has his Liandry's, Ruler approaching his first item as well. The kills are going to help so much with accelerating those spikes for Gen G. It's going to make contesting a lot harder. In the last game, we saw G2 doing a really good job of stacking those early Drakes. This next Drake fight, I think, is already going to be a tough ask. But really, it's the subsequent ones where we're going to have to see them find a way to not get blown up in that initial amount of burst that will come with the Vi, with the Aurora, and with the Jhin.
And while the Ryze does have the Catalyst in the context of this matchup, it's not quite the same as the amount of lifesteal that Yone brings to bear. So Caps can't just get those free trades. Chovy, much more tools to punish him if he sticks around too long. But still a scaling option, right? You got the tier, you got the Catalyst. Still waiting on the Roa completion. Still waiting on magic resistance from the side of Broken Blade. But Youmuu's completed for Ruler. Matched by an item for Han Sama, the static shiv, to help clear out those waves. But again, outside of that brief moment on the top side, it's still been a relatively quiet game. 30 seconds on Mountain. Keen has the push, in a better position to maneuver, but has no TP.
Broken Blade can either look for the TP, but obviously also being Galio has a much easier time getting to his teammates as fast as possible. You see Gen G already taking control. Aduro setting up vision. Ruler looking to push out, has his Yuma's done. One item spikes for the entirety of Gen G, and then you look across the board. We do have now, that's a really big spike there for Skumon. Thanks to the early kill, does get his Triforce. Caps isn't quite there yet though, and he doesn't have the TP available either, so we'll see if G2, I don't think they need to contest this Dragon. I think they can hang back, but it's looking with the positioning like they're going to take a bit of a gamble here. There's a TP.
A bold call, TP, Galio on the way in. Broken Blade probably immediately going to start channeling Taunt here. Locked up. Beautiful CC Lang. Finds the Taunt at Aduro. The stun kind of missing from the side of Ruler. Doesn't connect the snare. Now the ulti from Chovy. G2 retreating. But they've effectively lost their top laner. And Canyon's just now arriving. The Equalizer's still there. The curtain call there. They got two ultis. But not much else to show for it as the Equalizer is laid down. Canyon rooted up for a moment. Lebrov taken out. Gen G in the extended fight plays so well around their cooldowns.
And G2 knowingly taking a risk there with that TP, instead of trying to go for a play elsewhere on the map, decide to contest, and we called it a risk before, and now they are in a much rougher spot. The lead for Gen G starting to get bigger, 2K now, and the early Dragon also going their way. And not only that, no flash and no TP on Broken Blade is going to give a big window for Keen and Gen G to make a play towards the Herald. Spawns in about a minute and a half. And Keen already has that prio. Obviously, Broken Blade there was able to cheat that, make his way over. But that's not going to work on this Herald. And if mid lane starts falling as well, the possibility of G2 actually hitting these mid to late game either stack or item spikes on Caps and Han Sama is going to be a distant dream.
It certainly is. And again, at this point, the solo laners, the Gen G have very comfortable in those side lanes. The Vi is the potential setup as well for picks, along with the Jhin long range, can make things really tricky when it comes to these lane assignments for G2. For now, it is still Rumble versus Galio. Caps and Chovy matching each other wherever they can go, and Han Sama, only 27 stacks in that fight. Oh, total damage dealt to champions. I think a lot of this is just, you can see Chovy repeatedly trading well into Caps.
Yeah, Liandry's also doing good amount of heavy lifting there, but Chovy also has been able to, as you highlight, be involved in almost all of the plays that Gen G have found. Not necessarily the most impactful in the last fight, but it's 1-1 in Drakes. I do think that this is where G2 reaps the benefits of very early on, again, playing very heavily towards these Drakes. Ocean, though, I think can actually be a problem, particularly for G2, who, if you start falling behind the mid game, the enemy starts stacking a lot of Ocean Drakes, and you are not able to get the most out of this trio in jungle. Mid and AD carry could be tough as Canyon looking for a play towards mid. Again, Herald is up. That's going to be what the teams are playing for.
Q flash clean from Canyon. Sama's got nowhere to go. Turo not even needed. Nice little mechanical play there from Canyon. You talked about it. If Gen G have that lead, they have that lead. Almost 3,000 up. Finding that pick in the mid lane means they're going to have first access to this Herald. And Lebrov not on the recon. He has to be careful about face checking. Can't just get caught out here.
Yeah, and they are going to let this one go. As we can see, not really any cross map available, unfortunately. See if they can turn it maybe into a little bit of vision towards the Dragon. Skewmon walking up.
Finding Duro. Lebrov making sure he can get out, but knocked backwards. Good use of the Abyssal Dive to make it to safety. But again, there was no counterplay anywhere else on the map. Gen G get the Herald effectively uncontested on top of the pick on Hansam in the mid lane, extending their gold lead even further.
Oh god, that was a big grenade that found Hans. And Lebrov using the ult, I think the right call there. If there was a Dragon in instead of a minute 50 now, or in a minute from now, could be an angle, but that's going to be available once the next fight rolls around. But G2, in the last fight, not able to actually get into a position to really friend the Gen G backline. The TP from Broken Blade was nicely collapsed on by Gen G. And now 2 item spikes are approaching for some of the members. See Chovy, second mask picked up. Ruler with the biggest individual gold lead on this Jhin.
It's a terrifying situation when the early rapid fire cannon comes through and you can just start taking 30% for free every time you walk up in a trade. Also, when you have your support there and you still can't step into the Jhin.
Oh, Canyon. Can be found.
Caps just zooms out to safety, wants nothing to do with that.
That is Canyon showing though, so G2 could be looking for a play on Keen.
Skewmon faking.
I love the deft
little S juke. Brav on the way down too. Can reset the tower aggro, but the wave will just get deleted.
Big thing here is that Duro is there. So the moment they spot him, I think you can see the call of the play. Don't want to do that when an Alistair is there. Could completely turn it around. Ooh, this is a possibility to play towards mid, but top wave is getting demolished and Chovy's going to get the free turret.
And what we have to remember in this context is Caps saw initially Canyon. He has not seen him since. Canyon not sloppy about showing on vision, did his due diligence. So Caps, if he steps up there and Canyon is there, he dies immediately. He has to play with that fear, he has to play with that caution. And Canyon just backing in a bush earns Gen G a free tower.
Skewmon trying to get in the opponent's heads continuously as we do have the Herald being dropped.
G2 running forward. They see Chovy on the top side. They're not concerned. Excellent combo to kick things off. Equalizer follows. Caps off to the side. He's been isolated and really looking to follow. Lebrov resets the fight with the Devour. Gets a bit more space, but Gen G have already taken the tower, and now it's Chovy chasing through. Duro looking for another combo! The Alistair finding the angle, but they're only hitting the tankiest members. Caps still stepping forward, looking for a bit more damage, but now the curtains have been called. Body block there. Lebrov getting low. Skewmon covering. G2 holding on for now, but they've lost priority. No! Ruler! Patience in the JDG logo!
OTP, DTP, look at the flank!
G2 trying to throw a Hail Mary here.
It's 2 of them.
Gen G committed so much to the midway play. Trying to get Drake might be greedy, but G2, do they have the damage to punish? Chovy locked up. Root there, he doesn't have the ulti to escape. Skewmon now trying to get out. Keen burning everybody! The Rumble alive! Ruler's only got 2 more shots! But it might not matter. 1 more bullet to come through. The root connecting. Ruler so damn fast. Chovy alive as well. G2 crumble!
The G2 go for the Hail Mary, the double TP. But it doesn't quite work out. Gen G, despite using so many tools, it feels like initially maybe too many on that mid lane players. Oh, Ruler.
Missile Voyage there. Q, Otto.
Woo! 1,000 gold!
Yum, 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 yum.
That is a sated Kench, and that's not something we say often.
No. I wasn't particularly hungry for Heartsteel for this team, but hey, you get it a little sooner, a lot sooner.
Think of the dopamine, Dracos.
That is maximum dopamine, just like that combo.
As we do see, as you highlight, Duro able to get a great combo together with Keen. And G2 trying to play for the disengage, I think the same way they did in game number 1. Duro goes in, but the damage isn't quite there. I think a little split, the rest of his team, who also need to respect the CC that is available. But it's when the Jhin gets the setup without any issues.
And the snipe here is disgusting.
Yeah, clone and everything not enough. There's Ruler with a deadly flourish, finds him. We've all been there.
Oh.
Jin W in particular can be such a tricky one to block as well, because you see with the Jin shots, I think generally teams are able to, but that W.
That's tough. And you can see Lebrov frustrated with himself. A lot of pressure. You found game one. Roman talked about it, trying to keep that attitude. Hey, we're not expected to win anything. But once you win that first game, it can start to slip away. You start to wonder, what if we can go further? And now Lebrov with a lot of kill goals. That is as production is highlighting here, that is a sated Kinch coin pace gold grind, as Q just barely not going to hit, but now it's Hansama who's been locked up. Hansama who's getting picked in mid lane. Duro taking his sweet time trying to find more. Chovy is there. G2 just wanted a couple creeps, and it might cost them their lives. This time they're playing it safe though. Ruler, you know he's thinking about it. One more deadly flourish, perhaps. Will walk away. Doesn't have the info, doesn't have the ward over the wall this time, so not just going to waste the cooldown. But that's disastrous for G2. Again, in the fights, we've seen Gen G are playing better, but also they're catching G2 in the setup. And the steps that are just supposed to be pushed away before we do the thing. They're able to find those little advantages.
There's also Gen G in their comfort zone, right? They have a really good level of control towards the top side, so they can just keep chain starting Arakan. Hans also almost getting caught in the rural spot there, and they do have the tools to keep him alive, obviously, with that Kench, with the safety that someone like Broken Blade can provide as well. But even look at the jungle, they just can't go anywhere. They can't clear these waves.
Gen G are setting up two picks at the same time. Ruler and Canyon. Gen G with that ward in the river spotted so many members.
Oh, Caps.
Should be fine. Forced to flash out. Gen G happy with just that cooldown. And again, the vision control. They spotted Hans. They spotted Skewmond on that single ward, and it gave them everything they needed to make these plays.
Response from G2 is good, though, towards the top side of the map. We now see that Lebrov, together with Skewmond, is able to regain a semblance of control, setting up some vision here, trying to ensure that this Arakan, which surely is going to be the next objective, unless Gen G want to play more heavily towards that possible soul point on Ocean Drake, it's going to be found. But now Gen G making their way back over. And again, G2, we always talk about what is the stack situation, and I have bad news. I don't know if you've taken a gander yet, but Senna just now getting close to 50, not where you want to be.
Not at all. And it's the struggle of this game, right? Senna, a champion where if you have a lead, if you're playing against a melee support, you feel so good, you rapidly stack up, you can follow your jungler around, but Hansama's just been forced to catch these waves. Hasn't been getting much of anything.
Should be getting close towards hitting both the level 15, and then with the next stack, or the final stack rather, of that Rod of Ages to take over, hit 16, but the Rise alone, I think still is going to need a lot more items, and I don't know if Gen G is going to give them time. We're going to need to see G2 maybe get a similar setup like the one that they found at the Arakan last time around, because Gen G is going to start it. Can they get on top of multiple members of Gen G, like Caps did many times in the game number one?
G2 are behind in items. They're 5,000 gold down. Keen finding himself in the midst of three. CC there, Skewmond about to follow, tries to get out before he gets burnt to death. Devour from Lebrov. But it's Arakan in the meantime, an easy pickup for Gen G. Happy to make the trade, one member. The power of that buff.
Jovi gonna be spotting Broken Blade. Bit of a questionable flash there from Keen, given that there's a Tom Kench standing right next to the target. Trying the burn is Canyon.
Canyon overstaying a bit here, but Ruler waiting behind. Ruler with almost 3 items ready to go. Look at the damage coming through, but Hansama still living for an extra moment. Flash forward from Ruler. Hits his mark, finds his man. Chovy going face first in the Caps is a bit difficult. The damage is there from the Rise, but Ruler remains uncontested. Fourth shot. A brief moment to reload. Realm Warp in. Wukong delivered. But Broken Blade out of mana. They can't find the engage. And out comes the ulti. It's Chovy on the side. Getting shot like fish in the barrel. Duro to follow through. Ruler uncontested. Chovy dishing out so much damage. Skewmond tries to get something back. He has an extra moment, but the knockup is there from Duro, and down he goes.
And G2 identify a moment of weakness. Keen goes down. maybe this is the opportunity to get back in this game, deny the soul point. Gen.G obviously invest everything towards the top side of the map, but doesn't look like it's going to be working out. Well, the Heartsteel stack is secured, but I think Labrov would rather have his flash. At least he has the spellbook. As Ruler taking business into his own hands in this game number 2.
And look at the difference in a game where Gen.G have equivalent tools to G2. Ways to start fights, ways to fight on their terms.
And this call, I think, is made because Labrov doesn't have the ultimate available, right? So immediately they come through. Really good job splitting up the fight here. And if Broken Blade and Labrov are standing guard, they can stall for a good amount of time. But the fact that Chovy gets into the backline and chunks caps means that he can't do the damage, and the rest of his teammates won't really be able to do it without him. And then here, the slight overchase with that Realm Warp. Otherwise, I think they can back off, maybe look for a recontest. But into Jhin in particular, you just don't get to do that as Duro finds the free-man combo. But I think at that point, the fight already done, right? The moment that Jhin ult comes down, I don't think there's any getting out. As a right chuckle there from Ruler. This game is going to be a lot more happy. He's again a pick.
Again, looking for the option onto Duro. They get the ulti, 2-man knock-up. Ruler forced to back away. Lock into the Iron Solari used. Duro will fall.
Oh, you got to pull the trigger on Nash, I imagine.
I mean, they got the Rise. They can shred it so quickly. But their waves aren't in a good state. The threat of an equalizer in the pit.
I mean, I don't think it's great, but looks like they don't want to take the risk either.
Chovy.
Maybe trusting in the Hans.
No getting out of this one. Chovy, damage coming through. Broken Blade wants to save the day, but Ruler just cannot miss in this game. Skewmon called out, knocked down, fakes the stealth, but Canyon's not falling for it. Knock up there on Ruler, maybe it can be the turning factor. It's all eyes on Caps. Caps who has to do the damage. Caps who cannot afford to be burnt down by Keen. Labrov buys him an extra moment, but Canyon's already there. Caps running for his life, but it's just not enough. Because in the midst of the fight, it is Ruler free firing.
He died once. 12-1 on the Jhin, despite the attention paid in G2. Try and look for any way to claw back into this game, but Gen.G not giving it to them. Ruler's positioning in these fights, the triple item spike, that IE hurts like a truck, Dracos.
It's just so much damage. Armor penetration not really even there outside of the baseline lethality coming in from the Yomus. Baron now as well on a team with the Rumble and the Jhin. G2 want time. They want stacks and they need space to do it. And I don't think it's space that Gen.G are going to give them.
As this play starts off with Hans getting caught, only level 13. And they do immediately turn onto Chovy. With Skewmon already getting blown up, no value. I think they really needed the Cyclone, because if they have a little more damage here to get on top of Ruler, actually CC him, that might have been the difference maker. If they get him, it could be something, but instead...
Another fight. Equalizer from Keen to kick things off. Long-range route coming in from Ruler. Follow-up from Duro. Broken Blade locked up. Goes Golden. Labrov, 2 seconds on the ulti. Can try to save him, but if you use that ulti, you know it's easy pickings for Canyon in the next fight. Caps on the side.
Chovy's pushing.
Yeah, Chovy is pushing. It's just 4 members. Chovy denying so much gold. Set to get this tower for free. The 3 grubs they secured earlier in the game, but G2 know they need a Hail Mary. They need a desperation play. Flash forward from Caps. Root onto Ruler. Lockup coming in from Hansama. He might be vulnerable in the backside, but all that matters is killing this AD carry. G2 find their man, but now it's Chovy in the fight. Chovy who deletes Hansama. Canyon follow-up. Duro there as well, trying to lock down the Rise. Keen gonna follow up as well. Caps, not enough room to play, but the taunt from Broken Blade is big. He's burning in the midst of it all, though. And again, it is Gen.G who will not falter. And Chovy with the Quadra.
And G2 with the TP, with the Realm Warp, they do find a Ruler, but unfortunately the game has destabilized to the point where it just doesn't matter. Keen is toasting them 10 stacks dark, still same for Chovy, who does join, seeing his AD carry fall. There's just too much AoE damage available here for Gen.G as the Inhibits falls, and we're about to go to 1-1 here, Dracos.
That we are. Gen.G taking their time with it. Don't want to risk giving thing up. Potentially giving a chance for G2 to come back. 13K, a confident victory lap in this game too from Gen.G, and you mentioned it before. Feels like 15 minutes ago, G2 threw that first Hail Mary. They've been praying ever since. Well, they found 1 or 2 angles. It's Gen G with the picks, the better setup, and we're reminded what this team can do when they have that advantage. And the numbers kind of just speak for themselves, don't they?
Yeah, we see Ruler, despite the fact that sometimes Jin...
He took that Varus damage stat from last game personally.
Yeah. Really did.
Doesn't even have Penny, just went shield bow.
Yeah.
Respect.
Broken Blade, unfortunately, still not able to really take too much of a beating because of the state of the gold. Now Gen G, 2 inhibs down. Certainly just looking to end this one with as little opportunity as possible. And for G2, Caps does have Death Cap. If he can get a couple of rotations off, maybe that's something they can play towards, but everyone just goes down so quickly. These items on Gen G just hurt too much.
That they do. Ocean Soul now as well, making it that much easier. A little bit of poke from Ruler can heal him back up from anything that G2 can throw back at him. That's Canyon waiting off to the side. Happy to trade his ultimate for Lebrovs if he needs to. Equalizer used. Gen G immediately pull the trigger, finding multiple members. The ults are beautiful, but it's Broken Blade with a 3-man knockup. Hansama for now uncontested. Caps burned down again. The curtain call coming in. Ruler untouched, undaunted, unfazed by a single loss. Gen G, one final moment, taking their time. Skewmon desperately trying to make the difference with the base in tatters in front of them. Gen G fire back in game 2 and tie the series.
And Ruler, definitely been one of the most criticized members on his team, but in this one, I don't think there's going to be a lot of ammo because that Jin performance, absolutely ludicrous. Duro as well, the Alistair, proving both as a pick away as well as a bona fide team fight tool. And G2, that dream of scaling was, I think, dashed pretty quickly. As unfortunately, for G2, 1-1, but that means we still have a possible 3 games left, Dracos.
Possibly. But I think they might have awoken the beast. Shocks, analysts, what do you guys think?
I think that Ruler connected definitely in that game. The man was an absolute menace. What a clinic he couldn't miss.
Yeah, and I think we're back to our originally envisioned Gen G whooping. That's what we expected coming in, and it looked rough. Now, a fan gave me to like this here
a fan.
Flag.
Did they have fan?
Yes, an amazing fan. They envisioned this was going to happen.
That's interesting. You didn't wear a G2 one after day 1, game 1.
Yeah, that's weird, Raz.
That's I don't know. I'm just gonna leave that in the middle. But we gotta sing the praise of Gen G, I think, everywhere. But sometimes it's hard to pinpoint in that early game because when we were watching it, we saw there are some skirmishes here that could actually go G2's way, but it was Gen G who got those small increments and then absolutely ballooned their gold lead.
The gold graph is a perfect demonstration of Gen G's game. It wasn't in the early game where they found those massive explosive fights. It was like death by 1,000 cuts. Yep. They would slowly pick apart everything that G2 wanted to do in the early game. They built advantage after advantage before they just became unstoppable.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the setup from Gen G in a lot of these fights. It made it very difficult for G2 to walk into any situation. For me, like, yes, everyone's singing praises for Ruler. Ruler had a really good game, but it felt like Duro came in clutch too. His Alistar headbutt pulverized combo really made it clear cut for the team who they were forcing.
And I just gotta say, right, we know momentum is a lot. That moment where they end up sniping Lebrov and you just see him being, I've not often seen someone be that visibly frustrated in the game. And I just hope this doesn't touch their mental because, like, if you're Gen G, you think game 1 was but a blip.
Yeah, you can tell that the stress is definitely getting to some of the G2 players. But let's show how Gen G create that stress in the game.
Yeah.
Because the thing when playing against Gen G is they often force you into these very difficult choices where it's kind of a lose-lose situation. And I just want to highlight on the minimap, as we start this clip off, you'll notice that the Rumble is already moving down. So the Galio is stuck on the top side of the map. And as the play continues, this means that Gen G has a stranglehold over the situation. G2 would love to fight, but we're going to pause the clip right here. And you're going to realize that this is a very awkward situation for G2 to be in. And this is what I mean by difficult choices. Because no matter matter the way that G2 approach this, whether that be from the river or whether that be from this angle or this angle, Gen G have a very clear game plan of how they're going to shut you down, and that is attacking this TP. BB wanted to get into the fight, but there wasn't an easy way for him to get into it. So let's roll out the clip, and now G2 is forced to engage onto Duro. The only person they can pick a fight with is the Alistair, which is not how you want to be starting this fight off. Look at Chovy, look at Ruler, and their positioning. There's no threat to them, they're not in any danger, and now G2 have lost the fight before it's even begun. And it doesn't matter if Gen G then get a bunch of kills, they will end up getting this pick onto Labrov. The fact is that they've already gotten what they wanted, which was the objective, the control, and they made so many plays like this throughout the game.
I love the punt from Duro to be able to kick like Broken Blade out of the fight and really just punishing the position off of that one. That happened in that fight. It happened in the Grubs fight. I just felt like the Duro really played a massive factor within this game as well.
Absolutely. I think it's pivotal, and and you see why some people are just so incredibly good on Alistar and others maybe aren't. We talked about Ruler a lot already, and I know you mentioned something at the start of the show. Well, if you have to criticize something in this Gen G, you could actually levy it towards the bot lane. So for him to get this performance, of course, and to see if he can get it consequently here at MSI, Vedi, is a big talking point.
It certainly is, because especially when we look at game one, we think back to that tri-brush play where he dashes over the wall and he basically gives G2 the ace, and people are like, this is Ruler getting core, and it's a statement game here in game two. You talked about Duro, the bot lane really did come up clutch, and Gen G really dominated in this second game.
Yes. They did, and when we're back on camera, I just want to do like a visual representation of some of Ruler gameplay. So you're Jin.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm the G2 member that's about to die because Jin is ulting.
Oh, yes.
You are the G2 person that's supposed to guard me, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
It was free. It was free.
Yeah,
it was a free shot.
It happened a few times, but you got to shake it off.
Yeah,
you got to shake it
but
off.
But also, Ruler was just on point.
He was
like
so
the
good.
level of confidence he had, and I mean, how can he not? When you're rocking 12, 13 kills at the end of that game, I mean, the exciting part for me is that something you said to me, Shox, was you didn't feel bad after that loss. And as a massive EU fan, it's hard to feel bad when the series is 1-1 right now. We kind of leveled the playing field. It's now a best of 3, and historically, best of 3 versus Gen G and G2, not the best record for G2. But it's exciting to see now what the teams bring to the table, because we had a strong performance in game 1 from G2, a strong performance in game 2, and I imagine G2 is looking to go to the blue side and shake things up.
They're on blue. Okay, we'll end it there. They are on blue. It gives us a lot to think about. Thank you two so much. 1-on-1, we're all squared up. Let's see who gets to match point first after this.
the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
That's why, yes sir. Illinois, you know what it is. We off the ground with this one. G3, how you supposed to compete with a beast? These boys off cap, they ain't deep in the streets. We outside in the field with the cleats. Me over beasts is like teeth in the meat. Flesh in the bone, got testing it strong. As weak as you are, you can get in my zone. If I was you, I just watch my tone. If I was you, I just watch my throne. Like they them, don't play him. Top flight running all night to the AM. Check a bag like a clerk when they pay him. Any foes that oppose, I would slay them. See, I knock it out the park like a slugger. Yeah, the top lonely, but I love her. I'm a boss when it comes to this here. Pop plus shift, start a roll.
Yeah, we knock it out the park, knock it out the park. Leaving nothing unfinished, hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me, oh no. When I swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone. No, I ain't backing down, ain't no turning back now. When I step to the plate, hear you singing out. Swing, batter, swing. You'll be going, long gone.
This one is fastened inside. All in the dirt when we slide. October moon, bring the tide. Light 'em up. Ride, whole team on deck when I call. You cross the line of foul ball. We clearing the bitches up, brawl. Light 'em up. Ride, big man, a boat on my shoulders. War paint the face of my soldiers. You got hands for what you can't hold us. Coming back for all of they odors. Floored out the engine, she screeching. Crawled out the bed, but she reaching. I talk the talk, look up, preacher. I knock it out to the
yeah, we knock it out the park, knock it out the park. Leaving nothing unfinished, hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me, oh no. When I swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone. No, I ain't backing down, ain't no turning back now. When I step to the plate, hear you singing out. Swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Ruler! Patience in the JDG logo!
Gen G committed so much to the midway play, trying to get Drake, might be greedy, but G2, do they have the damage to punish? Chovy locked up, Root there, he doesn't have the ulti to escape. Skewmon now trying to get out, Keen burning everybody! The Rumble alive, Ruler's only got 2 more shots! But it might not matter. One more bullet to come through, the Root connecting, Ruler so damn fast, Chovy alive as well, G2 crumble! Frustration on the face of Lebrov, frustration for G2, trying to hold on to the mentality. They're the underdogs, but a tough thing to do after that Game 1 win. Gen G fire back with confidence in Game 2. And as we approach Game 3 and enter Champion Select powered by Omen and HyperX, the doubt begins to settle in. G2 now on blue side. We'll see what they can do.
Always love to see me some cosplay as we get into the draft. Game number 3, 1-1, dead even. Gwen, Ari, still not going to see that even with the Vi taken away. Nothing too shocking there. TF going to remain high on the ban list as well. And with Fearless, we've already seen, this is kind of when things start getting weird. This is when the comfort picks slowly no longer available. And the Talia as a final takeaway, I think, very solid. Even with Vi and Zinza already gone, I think the pick just offers so much. And that is a B1 Victor to come through here for Caps.
The first time we've seen Victor at MSI thus far. Of course, the 16th game G2 have already played on this stage. Only the third for Gen G. But not necessarily the proactive playmaker that we've seen in a lot of G2's most successful moments. Perhaps a pivot from the previous philosophy, looking to enable another member as Caps. Forced to blind pick against Chovy, and they give away a powerful combination. Reliable engage for Duro. Once again, we saw what the Alistair could do. So much more impactful than the Braum, and this time the Nautilus to follow.
And the big thing is that Braum is gone. That's one of the picks you always see into it. You can also look for maybe a lane combined with Renata. That's been another very successful angle, but the Ezreal gets locked in. I don't think that's what we're going to be seeing. Is that Hansama is going to be playing for safety. A lot of poke already available here. And the Rel is one of the few engaged supports still left, is going to come through here. But I think that that Nautilus being able to get away with just blinding that, definitely a really powerful thing. When you also, now already with just that pick, have such good setup for MF, which is something we always look towards because, let's be real, I've seen a lot of MFs. A lot of them have not looked so great outside of laning. You know, it feels really good when you're on lane and you're just
the early game.
You're shooting bullets, you're making it rain.
Yeah.
Then you get out of lane and you just kind of get
okay,
bopped. Oh boy.
That's a keen Sante. If you've missed it somehow, if you've lived under a rock, this is a pretty good champ for Keen. Something to be feared, most certainly. Something that G2 are going to have to respect. But also, important to note about the Rel, incredible comfort pick for Lebrov. Last year, known sort of as negatively as a Rel merchant, a Rel enthusiast, but does get that comfort pick. See if he can make it work into Ruler and Doro this time around, as topside blind pick for Gen G. Happy to just have something stable for Keen. Already got to show off on that Rumble.
Yeah, Trundle makes a lot of sense. It's exceptional both into MF as well as into the Xante, taking away a lot of tankiness and having the ability to just interrupt the ultimate without too much of a hassle. Very valuable as well. I would think that Canyon is going to be looking to pick up a champion here on R4. As we do see the Akali as, yeah, like that a lot actually, as a counter pick into the Victor, going to be taken away.
All I'm saying is someone out there said lock in Talon, and I would love to see someone lock in Talon. We might have to make it to game 5.
You know, owners at the tournament could see him do it. With Tarzan for Zed, you know, we got the whole slew of fun jungle picks. I don't know if that what Canyon is going to pick though.
Probably, I don't think we're deep enough in the pool that there's a strong justification.
I'm feeling the Nidalee. Cassante and Nidalee is a combo that Gen G has played a million times. I wonder if that's going to be the ban away here, or they're going to go for something like the Silas instead, trying to ensure that Caps gets a good matchup.
Banning away the Poppy.
Taken away.
Yeah, of course, trying to limit what Skewmont can bring. Perhaps it could also be Broken Blade.
Yeah,
play
it's
that
really good.
last
It's
year.
Cassante.
MSI, yeah. With the Sundered Sky. And the debate from G2, it's a tricky position to be in. Position they put Gen G in last time around. What is R4 going to be? It's the Silas taken off the board. Gen G still with the luxury of counter pick. Can go for one of the higher prior jungles or dig deeper into Canyon's champion pool.
Yeah, basically two options there. Either you pick the counter pick for Chovy, but he has been known to go for really, really crazy stuff. Maybe with this, though, could just be Orianna and like a Neferi. Jarvan, I think we could see as well. Doesn't feel great into Ezreal, but does feel really good into the Victor. Ability to just lock him down, guaranteed. And Jarvan, combined with MF, I think is something that always you're going to be generally be feeling pretty good about. A classic ball delivery system as well.
Definitely really solid combo tools on the side of Gen G if they can find those multi-man ultimates. It was just earlier in the tournament that we saw this MF used incredibly efficiently by BLG. Able to find those full channel ultimates for the MF. But now the Gnar, relatively safe. Obviously can fall apart very quickly. Cassante finds a way to get kill pressure, finds a way to set you up against a wall past that level 6, but some decent tools for G2. Initial engage of LeBron, potential Gnar follow-up. Doesn't feel quite as synergistic as it did before. But now it's them locking in the J4, and what you said about the lockup onto the Victor just as true for the MF and the Orianna. G2 looking to assemble a little combo of their own.
Yeah, like that a lot. You also have the combo with Gnar, right? Being able to set up for him, get big ultimates. Same for the Victor. And that's not the most orthodox ball delivery system, but it's one that we've seen Canyon obviously have incredible performances on. Was banned in the previous game as well.
And how many times today did we watch back that flank where he just comes around the Baron pit and gets the 4-man kick? I mean, confidence, I think, to lock it in here. Obviously, Jarvan, all of the damage is in that EQ. If he whiffs even one, the jungle duel is so easy for Canyon. But a champion that we've always said scales with player skill. Well, Canyon, certainly one of the best there is. See what he can do in this early game.
As we take a look at the draft as a whole here, I think G2, when it comes to the team fighting, it feels somewhat reminiscent of what we saw in the previous game, where I think that the tools are there, but there are some prerequisites when it comes to spikes, right? Yeah. Again, we need to really see some items for this Victor. Ezreal, I think his one spike is fine, but it's not nearly as strong as in the map, right? There's a reason why this pick has been highly prioritized. It's because very early on, you're able to get control, get that mid wave, get that burst going, while also being really impervious with the strut, as well as the shield from generally that BTS. Pick Teemo, please.
Okay, well that's just too
now
adorable.
You have to.
Now you have to.
It's fine. We get to game 5.
Someone has to pick Teemo.
R5 Teemo, baby.
Only one person can do it. The other team's going to be bad people. They don't do it. Pressure's on, boys. You thought it was the trophy. Really? You have to worry about disappointing that adorable little girl. Here we go.
What about everyone wearing a hat as well?
Yeah.
Support for Teemo.
A lot of Teemo enthusiasts. But here we are. Series tied. Game 3. Come on, Vancouver. Give it up. G2 versus Gen G. Now we can calm down. No, I don't think anything's going to happen in the first few levels. But with Jarvan and Lee Sin in the server, in the game, there's always that potential for early action as Canyon spotted out there.
Thorough. I'm going to go for anything crazy. So we do see Hansama also going for the barrier. And Gen G, with the Orianna ball, just gets to scout out some of these waves. We have the ward on red buff, ward on blue buff, respectively, for Gen G. So both junglers going to have a pretty decent idea of where their opponent is going. Now Lee, when it comes to damage and early skirmishes in particular, obviously is a complete menace to deal with. Really hard to win any early 2v2s, any early 3v3s. The mobility in jungle fights is crazy. When it comes to the ganking power, though, you take Jarvan. I think any day of the week, that flag and drag starting level 2. Could see a little cheese gank if they want to go for that.
Not surprising to see Canyon start on the top side exactly because of what you said. The one lane that he has reliable setup in is the bottom lane, but perhaps instead looking to leverage the level 2 spike. Does have vision
you win the
on
1v1.
Skewmont. You absolutely do. Oh, he's so low. Okay.
Ooh.
Feels like a bit of divine intervention to keep Skewmont standing there.
But he doesn't have smite. Canyon does.
But it resets. I mean, respect to Skewmont. That was a very confident back the second you see the ward there. Assumes that Canyon has skilled, yeah, E level 2. So there it is, or level 1.
Damage is done. Chovy fighting as hard as he can here, and Caps is able to trade back decently, but he just can't fight for Prio this early on against the Orianna. So Canyon just going to go for the Wolves here. Do note, though, that with the Prio that's there for Hansama and Lebrov, able to get an early pressure lead, Canyon, I imagine, gonna go base, immediately run towards his bot side. He does win the 1v1 against this Jarvan, but he needs to be careful because if Lebrov and Hansama make their way over with the Prio that they have, he could be in trouble.
Full engage, hook missing from Duro. Nice additional damage on a ruler. They're gonna get the cleanse. Lebrov not sticking around too long. Positive trade. The G2 bottom lane, looking to keep the pressure up.
And they just want to ensure that they have the opportunity to roam, right? Even if Lebrov doesn't actually go over, just threatening is very big as Chovy actually forced it back here. So Caps is going to get the pressure, but it looks like Skewmont doesn't want to run the risk. despite the fact that both his solo lanes have pressure, instead just going to take the loss of his top side, full clear the rest of his own jungle.
And it's a tough situation, right? Because if you want him to leverage that bot lane pressure, he has to risk even more in an unfavorable 1v1. So opts for a pretty conservative route. Canyon going to get 3 quadrants of the jungle more or less early on. Only the blue buff on the top side from G2 he was not able to take. Skewmon having the crab and may be able to steal another blue buff of his own, but should still be woefully behind in experience as Broken Blade is locked up. Wants to go Mega, but luckily able to hop out to safety.
Ooh, Keen.
Yeah, Keen, level 4. LeBron taking his time. Pushed back into the wall. Tanking tower forced to flash. Just a bit of an awkward moment there. I don't think he expected to be caught by the edge of the Pathmaker, but this is, I mean, this is the thing about K'Sante.
The moment that the Q doesn't actually work out, you can't go in with the W, but Labrov gets dragged back into the turret. And that's a big deal, because what happened was, obviously, Gen G, again going for this swap, immediately having Ruler and Duro show in top side, which for Broken Blade, again, is going to be one of those situations where as Dinar, you're not happy. You want to be in that 1v1, want to try and use that range advantage, but in the 1v2, especially as Mininar, you do not have any control of this wave.
So much credit to Gen G as they find yet another hook here, but their lane assignments have been solid in both Game 2 and Game 3. G2 consistently put in this position where they can't find optimal lane matchups as Skewmon starts to walk forward into Ruler, but again, Flag and Drag is all your damage. Martial Cadence, a little bit more to follow, but
yeah, I think just trying to buy space. With the wave that big, there's just no way as Hans. Okay.
Over the wall. That looks a lot different if level 6 is there for Keen as Gen G refused to allow the mini exit. Duro quick flash over the wall looking for the setup. Gromp there to maybe body block the Sonic Wave. Labrov trying to get tricky. He knows if the Q hits, he's dead.
He lives!
Ticking.
Oh!
Flash!
Woo!
Labrov!
Not even close, baby!
For G2, it's, I mean, the silver lining on a gray cloud. Same with the Q that missed earlier for Skewmon. Q Smite gonna get the objective. Broken Blade down a bit in experience, but about to turn Mega. Keen immediately backing up.
A lot of punching back and forth here in this early game, but them not getting the kill was actually a big deal because Gen G invested pretty heavily towards that, giving up a decent amount of laning pressure that they've been relying on thus far. So Labrov not going down there, and I think Gen G really did think that he was already dead. Felt like they could have probably pumped a little bit more damage. But this, the shield for Labrov keeping him alive there. Big win for G2.
To be fair, I thought he was dead too. I was,
well, I mean, wheeled it.
Just about 100% sure. Not quite though, as Hansama trying to keep pressure on the top side. Duro playing incredibly aggressively in this Game 3, not hesitating to burn the flash. Keen now ticking over to level 6, puts Broken Blade in an awkward position. Gnar, yes, he's that ranged champion, but he's so short range early, so it makes it easy for Keen. Not quite able to get the Q3. Duro, it's a little aggressive on the top side, but there's no immediate fault from Ruler. Wants to clear out the rest of those creeps. Broken Blade forced now to recall. And in the meantime, Canyon staying ahead only by a single camp, but so much aggressive play from Gen G has really shut down Skewmon's ability to interact with the map at all on Jarvan. Champion who needs to get it done as Labrov finds the Shattering Strike, Aftershock proc, so mitigates the follow-up damage. Not much of a return from Gen G, but for a brief moment they have some pressure on the top side.
As long as Hans isn't friend, particularly pre-first item spike for Ruler, see that G2 bot lane able to consistently fight. And in game number 2, I think G2 definitely went a little bit too crazy as Ruler. Oh!
Okay.
Ow.
Trying to look at the knock it back in. Duro ignited. Hansama continuing to step up, but honestly, Ruler's doing a lot more damage back.
Look at Jarvan.
Rain. Skewmon moving through.
Oh, Canyon's here too.
Level 6 Lee Sin. Takes his time, backsteps, EQ through. Canyon not going for anything too stylish. Remember, he already invaded. He already slowed down Skewmon. Denied camps, is ahead in XP. The Jarvan, the champion that really needs to get these ganks. Hasn't been able to find anything, but Canyon may have just found the 1v1. Skewmon most likely forced to EQ out. Instead, flashing away. And this is brutal from Gen G. It doesn't look like much. It's only a 500 gold lead, but they're just shutting down all the avenues of attack that G2's composition can bring to bear.
Well, the big thing is, again, G2 is always left responding, right? So it's Gen G going for these aggressive plays, pushing out a wave, and as you snowball 3 minions every single wave. It slowly becomes these big leads, something that Gen G have really relied on. And no kills have gone over yet the gold lead keeps on growing. As for now, G2, again, the thing I want to see them improve from game number 1 is do not fall for these early fights. I do think they have a little bit more power with the Jarvan, as well as the Ezreal, but you need to be very, very careful playing into that enough, playing into the Nautilus and the Lee. That 3-man unit has so much burst available as Duro looking for another play.
X-Flash, waiting. Gets the auto, hook back, just on the edge of tower range. Hansama living for an extra second here. Ruler, full channel in the ult, but it's Canyon on the way in. Hansama, there's no way out of this one. Ulti across, trying to get something back. Canyon just kicks him into the wall, knocks him down. First blood for the side of Gen G.
And there, Duro, again over the wall, finding a big play, sets it up, and Hans, because of that, doesn't have the ability to even thin out the wave. So Canyon can just walk in, and I've seen many of Canyon's teams play for him, but the fact that he's on Lee Sin of all champions, this isn't generally a champion that you see go for farm. The cross map is good, the dragon gets taken, and G2 do keep control of that 100% first dragon raid.
And one of the criticisms that G2 and Gen G both share with their respective expectations is jungle support synergy, right? Canyon and Duro not always on the same page, some moments of brilliance to be sure, but this game, doing everything together, clear focus. Canyon so close to having 2 more kills, both at the level 2 invade, as well as the previous play where Lebrov just barely makes it out. Instead it's a single kill, but still you can see 1.3k gold lead in the previous games. G2 was always able to grab that first Drake, even if they had to concede the grubs. It's just not the case in game 3.
And Caps and Chovy both using the TP. Duro looking for another play. Flash available this time. Caps has his Roa done. I don't know if they have the damage.
Speed tries to sidestep, but the lollipopping is good. Rob still walking forward. Just to return a bit of poke. Q3 onto Keen. Boy throws a house at him, but not to much effect as Lebrov did get a bit of vision, bit of info as to where Canyon is. Gives Broken Blade a little bit more license to play aggressive in the mini-Gnar.
Looks like most of the CS lead actually with Keen on the Keen Sante. Also Chovy, decent amount, but I think that is also Caps having to be very mindful of where Canyon is. The threat of this Lee always there. First item now approaching. Early Dragon though, again, going over to G2 does mean that I hope that they kind of relent from what they did in game number 2, because you're again looking at a Rod of Ages. Did finish relatively early, right? We see Caps already with that in his inventory, but on Sama, it's really the 2-item spike that you want to get towards as Ezreal. Both the Triforce as well as a transformation to Muramana, because otherwise into MF, the upfront burst and the DPS just isn't quite there.
Yeah. And as Ruler gets closer to the Bloodthirster.
He's almost Magas. Q-Mon's there as well.
Hoping to find the combo. Q3, mini-Gnar instantly deleted. Out of turret range as well. No chance of a counterpunch.
That's a heartbreaker. Q-Mon's there! He's looking for an opportunity to keep his teammates safe, but there's just too much burst available. And Broken Blade with Flash Up especially. If you stall for even a second there, Q-Mon can come in. Could have been a big moment, a big turnaround, but instead, the snowball continues. Canyon now a second kill, top wave. Ruler's able to just shove yet another wave into the turret, and Hans will be able to pick up most of it, but it's these small compounding leads, because now, 12 minutes in, 2k gold lead here for Gen G as...
It's brutal. G2 are being bled out.
But this time, again, I'm looking, how are these Herald fights going to get played out, and are G2 going to not take the risk of thinking game number 1? Because this time around, I think Gen G, you don't quite have the same edge, because looking at the front to back of Gen G, I don't think that ever really falls off. Obviously, MF can struggle, but Orianna Keen on his Cassante.
Shockwave. Canyon was there, ready to follow up, but just going to be a bit of poke.
Here. Does he want to be?
Okay. Rob poking back. Keeping an eye, of course, on the next major objective. You said yourself 2 minutes until that Herald spawns. Bit of vision from the side of G2 now being cleared out by Chovy. And it's a little bit tricky. If you take a look at the bottom of the map, you can see Bloodthirster completed for Ruler. Still opting to go bot lane, but if he wants to go mid, it's pretty impossible to get him out of that lane without more support in the 1v1. He just heals up any potential poke.
Oh, the gang swat. Caps not going to be found by that Q. Is it a false sense of security play? No. Duro sounding better because Qmon showed on that ward. I think the moment he shows, you know you can't go for that play. But what doesn't work in mid?
Oh, but the boys are here. Duro and Canyon everywhere. Canyon at least has been spotted on the ward. Not clear to me if they saw Duro in the jungle. So Hansama's going to continue to walk up, but this might be the end of him. Luckily for him, recall fully completed by Duro.
It's Ruler. Oh, Labrov, he's here.
Perhaps a Q flash angle, but the poke doesn't want to go for it. Of course, Ruler has cleanse.
And this is the problem, is particularly on this one spike, you don't have Triforce yet, and Ruler's going to shrug off this entire amount of damage you were able to do in just a wave. As the dragon is imminent, we'll see what the next Drake is going to be.
Keen, Q3 ready to go. Broken Blade forced to double jump there.
2 levels down.
Gen.G are scary, bro. What the heck? It's an oppressive start to the game.
G2, teamfight power is still there, particularly if they're able to get this Mega Gnar to a fight. The problem is he can't get to a fight because the laning pressure just isn't there. Keen is just continuously keeping him on the back foot.
And outside of mid lane where Caps is doing relatively well, staying toe-to-toe in CS, they're just losing in prio in so many different places. And Ezreal is supposed to be that champion that you can park in mid. He has the ulti, he has that extra range, who can always get you push, but Ruler ahead of schedule with the BT just makes it so much easier for Gen.G.
I really wanted, you know, to comment and be like, guys, I know everyone always says that Gen.G is boring, but I swear it's not. I'm not being helped by the gameplay here, Dracos. I'm not going to lie.
Maybe for the viewer, but G2 are being tortured right now. I do not think that's very boring. This is excruciating. They're being methodically dismantled. Skewmon hoping to look for an angle here.
Femtech Drake again.
Canyon forward. Sonic wave in. Skewmon flashes out. Another major playmaking tool gone, and I think they might just have to concede the objective here. They have vision, they have the crab to at least know that it's happening. They saw Lee Sin go over the wall.
It just doesn't matter because Gen.G have already, again, rotated their bot lane towards the top side of the map, right? So now as G2, you're not really in a position to contest this because of the mid lane play. So you are now going to rotate your bot lane back up towards that top lane, at least try and match the pressure, but that means that Keen gets the opportunity. He has TP, by the way, so even if you try to contest her while you're a member down, you don't really get to. And another wave goes into the turret, and that gold lead for Keen is going to keep getting bigger as Gen.G, just a macro masterclass early on, pick up the Rift Herald and give up basically nothing. On the contrary, getting slowly further ahead.
Labrov maybe looks to cancel a recall here, but still really good vision from Gen.G. Can't afford to step too far forward, even with his team there to back him up. And I think one of the terrifying things about this Gen.G lineup is just about anyone on this team can step up and carry. Last game, it felt like it was Ruler, Keen to a certain degree with those great Rumble ultimates. This game, Canyon and Duro really setting the pace as Keen just continues to win out in the 1v1.
And for G2, what I'm looking towards is being able to get the flashes of both Chovy and Ruler. They're the two members that, if you're able to get their flash one way or another, even be it with a hard force play, you at least have the opportunity and use Skewmon's ultimate. Broken Blade has a lot more threat with the Mega Gnar. Caps maybe will be able to actually, once they're locked in, burst them down. But as long as those flashes are available, it is so hard to actually win a team fight. I think there's so much damage on Gen.G. All the carries are obviously sitting on the lead as well. And while it doesn't translate to any huge item finish advantages outside of top lane, it's still, those little moments are going to matter when it comes to every single one of these skirmishes.
I mean, a story of little moments for both sides, right? It's safe to say. As we see even in mid lane, Ruler taking a quick trade, knowing he has the advantage of lifesteal. Hansama firing back with the red buff.
Good amount of damage.
Does more damage with those Sheen procs, but again, every time there's a creep wave, Ruler's just going to heal up that little bit extra. It's Qmont, the one we need to watch.
Flash Force would be so good if you can get Chovy's. But again, Duro is just always where he needs to be.
Oh, the vision is always solid. Chovy might still be in trouble here, but it's such a gamble. G2 are kind of forced to make this play because already Broken Blade is conceding on the other side of the map. They're trying to burst through Duro in the meantime. Luckily, he gets the Aftershock down, so it's taking a bit of time from the side of G2. Cataclysm goes in. Knock up there. Skewmon grabs the first. No wave yet to play on. Gen.G, though, respond. They might not get the kill, but they get the tower. And now it's Chovy. Will walk away. I'm getting stone cold from Chovy. Good that G2 get the kill, but conceding the tower, definitely not ideal. And now Canyon with the Herald he grabs earlier is set to break mid. Hansama has to be careful, immediately tries to get out. Skewmond isolated on the side. Good damage coming in from Ruler, and down he goes. Oh, Canyon! I don't know if that was a misclick or if that was intentional, because if that was intentional, that was insanely BM. Canyon either styling or misstepping, but it doesn't matter, because either way he got the kill, and he's just riding off into the night like a beautiful bandit!
I don't know what's worse, if that was an accident or a purpose. Dracos! As bot lane turret falls, mid lane disaster, as the map breaks open, and Canyon is just styling on
What do
them.
you even say? It's a double limb bracket, but still he's styling like it's a regular season game. I don't think he gets to keep his driver's license, for what it's worth, though, as a side note. And I think that's the only criticism I have for Canyon in this game.
And now all outer turrets are down. The gold lead increased to 5.5k. And Gen G going to be looking towards the Chemtech. And as mentioned, there are some games where I think Chemtech gets more value. In this scenario, with the amount of shielding, lifesteal, and a Cassante.
And again, I don't love this metaphor, but it's apt. It's the frog in the pot of water that's slowly heating up. And I think G2 know that water is boiling now. The goal discrepancy feels insurmountable from a team that has just been surgical in their precision in this game. Skewmont looking for an angle. Again, the combo, you highlighted it so many times. The second item around the corner for Hans.
Well, if they can get on top of two of the members, there's still an angle. I don't know if they spot a Keen. We see some pings. I don't think they know, but now they for sure do.
Flag and drink. Skewmont a little bit awkward now. Tansama, who's been caught out. Ulti coming through for Keen. He tries to E, but he's still caught up. Keen on the chase. CC there. He's a bit squishier now, and G2 are trying to fire back. Keen overeager, but Ruler finds them in the choke. Not as much damage as I thought it'd be. Chunks them out. Canyon ready to go. Sonic Wave hits. Keen already retreating. Still has the TP, might not have the all-up, but might not need it
as well. Yeah, they can't fight this. There's no shot. They really needed to get the pick onto Keen there, but the rest of the team is ready.
They're waiting over the wall just to make sure they're not risking the 50-50, although Broken Blade.
And I really want to highlight here, again, we talk about what do you need to do if you're G2. Obviously, I think when it comes to the item spikes, you're always going to be a little on the back foot. But first, let's take another look at this play, because this was kind of insane. When Canyon is there, I just don't think you can go for a play, right? Canyon's own Hans, so Ruler isn't even remotely threatened. And then he goes for the Q. I think, I'm now looking at it, he wanted to get the execute damage, and then as soon as he does, he doesn't actually get the full Q off, because he needs to arrive at his target. But it doesn't matter, because he has the backup as... response as well.
I mean, how are you supposed to react when you see something that disgusting? Like that was a nasty play. As LeBron's been caught out. Canyon finds another alongside Chovy, and it's Caps in the meantime. Otacon backing him up, lowering some of those resistances, but he has to get the hell out. Canyon still going, completely fearless, styling, dashes through, kick back! The mental damage, let alone the physical damage. Canyon just keeps coming. Ruler, in the meantime, finds the isolated target. It's a shutdown for Hansama, but Chovy responds with a great kill, and Skewmont will die in the meantime. And Gen G, losing that game one must have been personal, because they are obliterating G2 now.
Dracos, I want you to cast your mind back to 2019, when Canyon, back then, on Dumb Gaming, got absolutely obliterated by G2. And I had always thought, together with Showmaker by side, I had always thought that Showmaker took that way more personal. I'm not so sure anymore after watching this, as he does go down in the very end, but it's just the skirmishing. Labrov way too far out. I think they want to try and get at least a semblance of control around this Otacon. Maybe look for a Hail Mary play, but they just don't have the, like Caps doesn't have the items to do anything to Canyon, and neither does Skewmont.
This is also just lease in when you have a lead. Casual, Q in, 2 autos, walk backwards. Just making it look effortless. The mechanics are clean, and of course, does overstep a bit, but...
Well, he does still end up going down, but what they get for it, I don't think they're going to be too bothered. It's actually the snipe from Hans that gets the shutdown, and out of all members, that's the one where you wanted the Skewmont going in on that flag and drag, as Ruler just leisurely walks to the right. That's Ruler. I'm surprised he didn't call for a penna.
Some things
that's usually what he
transcend
starts
language,
with.
you know? We know exactly what that meant. Take a look at the Coinbase gold grind. That's a nice split of dollars. Yeah. I don't know how he got so much money from minions. This man has been taking a few waves. A little jungle tax for the 5-1 Lee Sin. Definitely makes sense. Lebrov trying to hurt Keen, but Keen is just too damn tanky. Again, 23 minutes, AK gold lead. G2 praying for a mistake, hoping to find an angle that Gen G haven't anticipated, but Gen G just have so much control.
And the 2-item spikes, Ardon is Skewmond.
Goes in. Skewmond doesn't really have another angle, but he whoops to flag and drag out and drops down dead. And G2 no hope now of contesting the Baron when it spawns.
Yeah, if there wasn't,
but it's still a minute away because it's only 23 minutes, so they're just gonna go for Otacon.
Yeah, if he got flash out of that, even if he ends up dying, I think it's worth, you know, we're looking at, you need a crazy Baron play. Maybe Skewmon can find his way into the pit, steal it away, because if everything goes according to plan, Gen G, third item approaching for Chovy. Third item approaching for Keen as well. Broken Blade is still sitting on one, just a full lead, and we have barely talked about it because it's all been about Canyon here in this game number 3.
And Chronicler, I appreciate the perspective from G2, what you can hold on to hope for, but
well, I gotta try. Okay, I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
I respect that. I respect your optimism.
And no matter what, and some might call that bordering on delusional. That's okay. You know, you gotta.
Heard it from Shock. Sometimes you need the Delulu.
You gotta find an angle.
Well, your angle,
I'm working on it.
Your angle that you mentioned previously, 2 items for Hans, looks good. Cap's also at 2 items. The problem is,
at this point, he does need like 2 more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that option's gone. So we're waiting for 4 items.
Well, maybe just 3. Maybe that cap is enough.
Canyon kicking the fight off. Trying to sidestep. Lebrov, not sure if he wants to throw down the Shattering Strike. If he does, probably an immediate engage as Hans has been caught out on the side. Shifts over the wall, but now it's Keen running down. Good ulti comes in from Ruler. Duro, unfortunately, hooking the wall means that Hansama might be able to escape with his life. Canyon ready to body block.
Oh, the TP.
Chovy isolated on side. Broken Blade, a lot of CC, should just be able to run him down. Flashing over, looks like the pick on the side lane. Shut down for G2.
That's a big pick. TP invested, but you'll take that. Flash used there by Broken Blade, but still, big win. Getting Chovy on the side, maybe it allows you to make at least some moves towards this dragon, but Gen G unrelenting. Keen, he's just gonna keep on going. No one's answering him.
G2 willing to concede, hoping to find an even fight with Keen. Not in the area, TPing back to mid lane though after knocking down that tier 2. Gen G holding on to that 7.5k gold lead.
You gotta
G2
try.
no ultis though.
You gotta try.
No ulti on the Victor, ulti on the Ezreal might do a little bit of damage, but they're already being shepherded back into the pit. Ulti goes in from Lebrov just to get a bit of space. Keen in the face of multiple members of G2 is not taking any damage. Broken Blade to the back line. No!
That's free!
3 into the wall! Fall from Skewmon onto 2, but Keen again! The Cassante just generating so much space. They finally hit the combo, but it's too damn late. Gen G, more powerful. Finding the angles. Hansama running Keen. Playing greedy, playing aggressive, unafraid. It might cost him his life though. Steps back into Canyon. Canyon flash forward. One more out to get it done. Hoping to find a kick locked up into the tower, but Ruler is here to finish the job. Lebrov knocked down 2 for Ruler. And in the midst of it all, it's Chovy looking to land the death blow, pushing down in the mid lane.
Chovy shows up wondering what happened to the party. He thought he was invited. But Gen G already cleaned up everything, as this game number 2 was an immense blowout, Dracos.
Game 2 was dominant. Game 3 was a slaughter. Gen G move on to match point.
What do you even say after a game like that? Gen G, they took control, literally starting level 2. Canyon started invading, and from that point onward, there was absolutely no semblance of control for G2. There was always a lane that was behind on tempo, that couldn't respond, that was getting pushed in. Canyon was showing up on vision, taking away a Krug here, taking away a Grump there, threatening an all-in one way or another.
Incredible stuff. Of course, remember, if you're enjoying your experience thus far, Twitch subscribers enjoy additional benefits like custom chat, emotes, badges, ad-free viewing, and more. Riot also allocates a portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool, which directly supports the leagues and the teams in the LoL Esports ecosystem. You can subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This Way in-game emote. And Gen G brought us quite definitively to match point. So, Shox, what's the desk got for us?
Well, we're getting a Ruler Masterclass in Game 2 and a Canyon Masterclass in Game 3. I mean, this guy's Lee Sin is legendary, and G2 felt it.
Can we get a not like this G2 emote? Is that an option? It's not looking good, guys.
Oh my goodness, that was like a kick to the face again and again.
Like from a horse?
And again. Like from a horse.
Okay, I'm gonna thank the G2 social media team for this layup, but this is like Game 1. Game 2.
And then that's what their faces looked like after the Lee Sin was done with it. Like, that was vicious. Like, what an impressive performance from Canyon. Like, we think back to the draft, we saw the Jarvan coming, and it was very much a situation of, oh, Misfortune, Orianna. Yeah, Jarvan makes a lot of sense here. You can see that G2's gone for a very much teamfight comp. But the moment you lock in the Jarvan, like, that is Canyon saying, oh, I played this matchup many times before, and I know exactly how to abuse it from level 1, well, level 2?
Level 2.
He was already in the enemy jungle. He was trying to be a menace. He was making it impossible for Skumon to do anything.
What I thought was going to happen, he was going to take topside, go and harass him in the red side jungle. He said, no, I'm going to start that a little earlier. And just in general, it was just a constant wave of pressure that was hitting G2. There was one time Hansama was alone, LeBron was roaming. Guess who was hitting him right in the face? It was Canyon. So the dives were happening constantly.
And I think this is also important to talk in the bigger picture of Gen G, because I feel like in Canyon in his whole career, when he's able to has games like this, and I'm not saying he has to be that far ahead, but for instance in this case where he put on a Lee Sin clinic in our HyperX replay, it's that magic, you know, it's that intangible, and this is just like, I'm gonna hit you in the face.
Yeah, his reflex was so good. Instead of finishing the kill, he goes straight into the Herald and he decides he's gonna hunt Hansama down.
Oh man, Hansama's like, why me?
It was beautifully done, and you can tell that, like, I want to believe that he deliberately didn't take the kill.
Yeah.
You know, that he said, I'll leave these ones to you, Ruler, I'm going to go get the other one. And then this play as well, waiting for the gravity field to create enough space between him and Caps, then he follows it through. And then the kick to knock up Skumon, the man just doesn't miss.
You know those LPL edits that they do?
Oh, yeah.
I need that of this, like, today.
Some
that
heavy
would be
dubstep.
crazy.
Yeah,
yeah, it would go so hard. No, an absolute clinic, but not just, I mean, he facilitated a whole lot, but everyone's playing on point, right? I think that game 1 was really kind of a wake-up call. Okay, this is our first game at MSI. G2 has a lot under their belt from play-ins, but no, this is the Gen G that we had actually come to expect in this series.
Yeah, quite honestly, anyone can pick it up and then just be the player of the game, like anybody. And in this case, it was Canyon. There was a time in which we saw a TP coming in from Caps towards bot lane to just kill Chovy, and guess what? It's like they were so far ahead. They had vision towards Baron. They ended up taking Dragon. They were just so far ahead. I want to see what G2 can respond with.
Yeah, Vedi, we saw some things in game 1, but generally when you look at this, where do you feel like G2 is dropping the ball, and do they have a possibility even to pick it back up to get this to game 5?
I mean, I think it comes back to our end of game 1 discussion, which was about the drafting, because the deeper you go into a series, the more the pool becomes limited. And in this game 3, we saw first pick Victor, and that is not traditional G2.
Yeah.
Like, this year, that is not something that they put a lot of priority on. Their game plan was very clearly, we want to take it away from Chovy. We'll play the mage mid lane matchup, but then when you do, you open up the jungle matchup. Keen Sante on the top side of the map. They pick the Gnar as a response, and then they keep doing these swaps, which keeps getting the better of Broken Blade. I think that Gen G are demonstrating the flexibility in their champion pools over and over again, and I also think that their early game planning is just getting the better of G2. So unless they get a firm footing into the game with a good draft and a good start, it's hard for me to see them turning this around.
Level 1, let's get it. I have a riddle for you.
Okay.
A riddle.
All right. I
We
have
can do
an
this.
Instagram story from earlier today from Mickey X. It's very hot currently in Berlin. Apparently it's like up to 30+ degrees, if we'll get it on screen in just a second.
It's burning hot in Vancouver too.
Yeah, so my question is kind of, what do Mickey X and G2 have in common?
Oh, that's a good
If we get the picture of it, would be great.
Have in common.
No, we can think about this. Honestly, it's completely fine.
It's really hot in Berlin.
Ooh, I mean, burning hot
Come on, guys.
temperatures. That's one thing in common. I'm sweating.
They're both warm. They're stressed. They're uncomfortable.
They're both cooked, Betty. To add insult to injury, of course, it's Mickey's Instagram story. But I think this is hard because it does kind of represent for me, all jokes aside, you are up against a monster now in a Gen G that looks poised to get this win in their first match.
Yeah, even with Vedius's point about just starting the game as well as you can, like, what sucks is the fact that any mistake that's made, Gen G is instantly punishing.
Yeah.
Like, the dives I'm talking about is something that we've been kind of known to seeing from them in the LCK. So if it looks like they're on point, we need to see something special from G2.
We need to see something special indeed. Everything at the same time. A great draft, a flex, a level 1 and a level 2, 3 until 18 if they want to win this one. Gen G, they look locked in. Let's see if they finish their first match at MSI with a victory.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay, okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
The prophecy has been fulfilled. Never doubt Uzi.
He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game.
Uzi now reigns as king.
Level up, start my engine and I rev it up. Once I get the green light, gotta go, let them know they better step on up. Yeah, dog, I'm in that zone. While I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it, cause you all talk, no backbone. I'm on a 10, I'm on a level 10. I wanna win, then I wanna win again. You thought it was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna run, then I'm on a level 10.
I'm not afraid of the challenge. The challenge should fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Canyon still going, completely fearless, styling, dashes through, kick back! The mental damage, let alone the physical damage! Canyon just keeps coming. Ruler in the meantime finds the isolated target. It's a shutdown for Hansama, but Chovy responds with a great kill, and Skewmon will die in the meantime. Gen G losing that game one must have been personal because they are obliterating G2 now. Probably the best game of Lee Sin we've seen in years. Safe to say, a dominant performance. And if G2 want to bounce back as we get ready for game 4 for Gen G's match point, they're going to need to dig deep. Show us something we haven't seen before on this MSI stage. Because for Gen G, it's looking good. The fan signs, everyone looking pleased. This casual smile, at least on the face of Dylan, as we get ready for picks and bans.
And I think in a situation like this, you're always going to be looking for, okay, at least there's no more Cassante for Keen, who obviously this man right here on your screen, unperturbed as he might look, was the main character of last game. There were a lot of factors that went into that. Duro again, I think on the Nautilus, that early pick ended up paying up massively. And Keen on a pick that I think we're going to be very happy with, or rather Gen G's opponent is going to be very happy with. It's no longer available, and immediately it wasn't there last time.
Yeah.
I like that Nidalee ban, Dracos. That's a good call.
I mean, you see Canyon playing like he did in the previous game. You don't want to give him anything else that can take over early on. But you talked about it, a lot of champions off the board, a lot of the main engaged supports taken out as well. Something that was super clutch for G2 in that first game was the Rakan, and the amount of champions that can replicate those kind of engages are almost non-existent. Leona, essentially the only one left in the pool.
It's Leona, and then you're looking at engage from different roles, right? The Ornn still open. That's one that we often go towards.
Trundle also banned away, which potentially leaves more room to take it.
It might be an early Ornn prio here from Gen G.
I mean, Sion also in the pool.
Another one who, when it comes to engage, obviously not quite as threatening, but does have an absolute monstrous laning phase.
And G2 red side, the luxury of counter pick, but Gen G have not been afraid to blind pick. Of course, in game 1, it did cost them a bit. It was a tough game to play out. G2 got the better of them. See what the angle is here. Stuff like jungle prio, very common at this point, but Taliyah, a pick that slipped through the cracks. Of course, Ahri still available. A lot of those supportive options on the board. Chovy on this Taliyah is a terrifying prospect. Somewhat leashed by the Orianna in the previous game, right? It's not a champion where you can impact the entire map. You need other champions to facilitate.
Got to be Ahri, right? As a response here, one of the picks we often see into the Taliyah, able to get out. To me, Chovy on this Taliyah, absolute monster. The TF would also make sense. Has been a very strong pick here at the tournament thus far. I know he's 0-3, don't be fooled by that. I think the fact that he's banned as consistently as he is tells a much more true story. But you do need, when it comes to these TF comps, you need to be able to actually utilize the power. We're looking toward things like the Camille comes to mind, right? Anything, the Yorick, anything that can try and play towards the side lane to really use the roaming power of this pick.
Great signs, as always, Vancouver. Love to see it. All right. One of the last remaining engage options, Leona, so good CC. Insane Merc tread values, though, already for the side of Gen G.
I was about to say the same thing, yeah.
Yeah, Leona, of course, hates to see that item, and TF only further incentivizes the enemy team to build it. So what are Gen G going to go for next? I like the G2 have building blocks, a plan, potentially attacking side lanes. They're missing some of the core components to bring it to fruition.
Corki, possible here for Ruler. One of the few AD carries left that has a built-in escape. Against Leona, always going to be feeling good. You don't really want to go for something Dashless says. That is, of course, a flex pick. Could be going towards Canyon, really try and get the most out of the value when combined with Taliyah. You're able to slam people through the rocks, you're able to slam people into a wall, but also would not be surprised whatsoever if that is just a counter pick for Duro. Able to block a lot of the Leona engage. Poppy support has been very, very solid for a good amount of time now. Always able to turn situations around.
Now the Kaisa
into Poppy, into Leah. That is that's a big risk being taken. We are getting to the point where not that much is available, and the TF is a good way of setting up for it, but that is not an easy game to play. The ability to ult in is really mitigated.
And I think we saw in the Senna game what can happen if bot lane falls behind.
Yeah.
And Kai'Sa is not a champion who will do well into this Corki early on. The Phosphorus Bomb, the amount of damage this champion can dish out. Of course, Leona herself, Sunlight passive, can do a lot of work, but if the Poppy does go there to mitigate it, things are going to be a bit tricky. G2 prioritizing, setting up a solid matchup for Broken Blade. Of course, likely jungle on 4, and a Zed ban against Skewmond.
So we still have Neferi up as well. Cyan, a pick that I imagine Gen.G most likely are going to want to take away, because I don't know if you want to go for it. Allows the Camille to come through. Whereas if they pick it up, the Trundle has already been banned by Gen.G themselves. There's the Camille. Okay, well this feels like a pretty obvious Cyan angle here on 4 for G2, if it's not banned away here by Gen.G.
Willing to give counterpick to Skewmond, perhaps. See what the option is. Olaf taken away. Oh, respect to Broken Blade there. Recognizing what Olaf can do against their composition.
All right, Gen.G, yeah, kind of walking the middle road. If they pick it, Keen is a player that's known for having a good amount of counterpicks.
And also, Sion is just a scary champion in general. We've seen so many matchups where Sion will fall behind at a certain point, just fall apart really quickly. So Aatrox
is going to be the pickup instead, and that also makes the Sion way worse, right? Aatrox has always been a counterpick into the Sion, able to poke him down, able to also, once you get to Cleaver, chew through him decently. Also a side lane threat that you can use as Skarner, still up and available, even when a lot of other teams were not able to find success with this. Canyon did persevere. Does open possibility for Skewmond to go for something as a counterpick. And now we're going to see, is it going to be something crazy towards the top side of the map here into this Aatrox?
Keen potentially ready to lay down the gauntlet. A few more seconds before he has to lock that option. But the front line already looking potent for the side of Gen.G. Much more pick, much more side lane focused for G2 overall. And Jace locked in, a champion that's been contested so much in previous patches, but allowed to fall so far through the cracks in this picks and bans. As now the Mundo.
Mundo jungle to come through here.
Skewmond's played it before. You have a lot of CC from the TF. Maybe you don't need it from the jungle role. We talked about it before. We expected jungle to kind of bear the burden of providing that utility. Instead, it's caps on the Twisted Fate. But this is a pick that, when he gets rolling, can look so oppressive. But we've seen the games where it falls behind, and champion can just has such a low floor of what it could contribute. Skewmond, a lot of faith in himself, the team supporting him as well with this lock-in.
That's the main thing that I'm worried about, because Canyon on this Skarner will have a lot of ability to very early get big impacts, right? Doesn't really want to run to Skewmond in the 1v1. I think even the 2v2 can feel a little dicey, but he's able to, with his E, and as soon as the ultimate becomes available, be a really big menace in the fights. There is so much AoE damage available. And we go again to a setup where I feel like G2 is somewhat more reliant on playing a relatively slower early game, which I don't know if you're actually going to be able to get away with that. After Gen.G had a rough game 1, they bounced back, obviously immensely in-game, 2 and 3. What a treat it would be if we're treated to yet another surprise 5-gamer.
I'd love to see it. Might be a bit of a stretch.
Come on, you gotta believe.
And I think the thing is G2 need that support, they need that faith. Backs against the wall, match point for Gen.G.
Need you to believe for me, Dracos. Come on.
I don't know if I need to believe. I think there are plenty of people in this arena who do. G2 Army, if you are here, your boys have their backs against the wall. They need to hear you. G2 fans, give it everything you've got.
All right, all right, that's not bad. Gen.G!
The odds might be stacked against G2 everywhere they go, but it just makes it that much sweeter.
We can keep the back and forth going. You know, I think we have plenty of time. Just keep getting louder.
I would respect it, but I don't. There are going to be a lot of people here who want to be here on future days, and we can't afford to blow everybody's voice out on the first day of the bracket stage.
Looking at the setups here when it comes to the rooms.
Starting to get some classic esports chants coming out from the audience here. Is nice early stun, good damage on a ruler. Not quite able to crack the plasma.
Still going.
Good from Hansama. Flash out early. This is massive for G2. This lane phase is so difficult for the Kai'Sa. Still taking a big chunk. But the fact that they've gotten both of those sums, that Hansama has kept both of his, a clear indicator that Skumon can gank. The downside is it's a Mundo. I don't know how effective it's going to be, but Labrov does have the setup. Just keeps trading aggressively, though.
And this is the problem. The initial trade actually looks great, even though Ruler uses both sums. As level 2, not quite there yet. Even though he used both sums, they get the full plasma stack, right? So much damage of the Kai'Sa tied into that. But then the cooldowns for Ruler are way lower, spamming this E, and they should be able to get level 2 prio as well. Basically at the same time, Hans finding the Q, but if you use it on the wave, that means you don't have it to friend Ruler and Duro.
And even though they nerfed that Poppy E base damage, if that is what Duro has skilled, it's still so much upfront burst. Instead, G2 forced to back away. Nice early trade. The big thing is Hansama will slowly heal up. A reset will solve any deficit, any problems that they have, as they do opt to recall here. Gen.G baiting the trap.
Yeah, I think makes sense given that I don't know if they had early tracking on Canyon. If you don't know where the Skarner is, you end up getting caught in a situation where he dives you. The lane is just over. Instead, they're going to try and give Gen.G a taste of their own medicine. Already
Last
rotating
reset.
over as Keen. We'll see if Gen.G reads this play. Should be able to get the crash here, but do they have a suspicion as the next wave not going to get the crash?
Opting to hold. Recognizing the play that they expect to come through, being the swap, which would mean Broken Blade would reset and TP bot lane. But if the wave is already out, if it's already pushing against them, there's really just nowhere for him to farm. But Labrov, Skumon on the way. Hansama here too. They're determined to shut this chase down, but Keen walks away. It's casual. Again, it was telegraphed.
It was, yeah, Broken Blade went in too early. You really have to try and sell that. Put on your best acting chops because there had 4 people there.
But the thing is, the second they don't see anyone bot lane, they know that there has to be something afoot.
Oh no.
Now Broken Blade will be here, has the flash. Do they immediately go for the gank? Chains there, knock back to the wall, solid. Broken Blade getting lower and he's likely to fall now. First blood for the side of Gen.G. G2 tried to be clever. They tried to get tricky, they had good trades early. They thought they could save it with good map movement to follow, but Gen.G were unfazed. They responded perfectly.
Yeah, that's a damned if you do, damned if you don't there for Broken Blade. Because of the way the top lane played out, he cannot do 2 things. Either he can just walk down, which obviously feels really bad because Keen made his way out, didn't even have to flash, by the way, and he has the possibility to go either way. But instead, you go back because someone needs to catch this bot wave. And there is the Scorpion. Just waiting, ready to serve up a dish, and Broken Blade, unfortunately, slammed into the wall afterwards by Duro. Nothing that he can really do.
And we're kind of back to the same relative laning situation with G2 giving away some XP and some gold to the side of Gen.G, making the game that much harder. Zenith Blade denied by Duro.
We also see Keen really get the most out of the phase rush, right? We've seen so many grasp chases, it's easy to forget. Used to basically always go for this rune as
Duro
your cancel.
Right as the Zenith Blade comes through before the stun actually takes effect. Doing fine in these trades. The good news is Hansama has been able to stay relatively even in CS. You can see an early boots purchase, but Rob just keeps going. Aftershock there, the Leona so tanky, but not tanky enough. One more auto and Labrov gets the kill. Excuse me, Ruler kills Labrov.
And there you see, even with the fact that Ruler spent basically that early kill gold on a tier, it doesn't matter. Trying to hard force a player, you can't do that. It's into Poppy, right? You can't try and hands check Ruler when he has his W available. It's just not going to work. Instead, gets CC'd, slammed into the wall, and just goes down. Hans hadn't even backed. He was just sitting on his Doran's Blade, and Boots will now finish the Berserker Greaves, but these decisions from G2 in lane, this is feeling eerily reminiscent of that game number 3, Dracos.
Thus far, Seems like everything has gone wrong for the side of G2. Labrov walking into face check, level 3, gets punched into the wall. Hansama immediately flicked back. Caps is here.
Skewmon to
Labrov
steal.
Still relatively okay. Skewmon walking in, hoping to get the steal, and he's going to take it. But they're losing kills. They've given so much just to contest. Hansama forced to flash out Keen. Low on mana. Flash forward on Labrov, determined to get it. Just wants to keep going forward. Labrov getting lower and lower. Hansama waiting over the wall. He might just die in an instant, but the Q, the Acathian Rain almost gets the job done. Finally, Keen goes down. G2 trying to fight their way through the deficit. Just keep going. And they managed to salvage something.
Yeah, but while that's happening, I want you to look at the top lane where we did see Ruler. Oh, Mike be caught here, Caps.
Caps stepping up. One more gold card. Now retreating. A little bit of damage coming from about double TP. Chase on the way. Poppy on the way. Duro with the spell book. I don't think he can stay under this tower. Oh, luckily has enough damage to clear the wave.
Good clear there on the wave. It's Chovy. Gonna get the back cancel. A little bit of a risk there, but that actually ended up working out really nicely for G2. Even though Chovy, or rather Ruler, is pushing the topside wave, the Dragon goes again to G2 as they get the steal, and it looks like Gen.G is not expecting this heavy of a contest. Some damage comes down, but Chovy really isn't that strong yet. And Gen.G are playing for the fight, G2 are playing for the steal, right? So we see Skewmon go in really clean there. Drake going down just straight from 760, and then this extended play because Hans is able to get out and then still get a couple of rotations off. And it's a heavy investment, but while all of this is going on, obviously we do not have Ruler there. As we see Skewmon, once you are caught by a Mundo, you're not getting away.
No. He does go where he pleases. Rama, clearly excited, but you can see still tension on the faces behind the scenes for G2. They got something, but it's still Gen.G in a comfortable position. Level 7 there for Caps. Skewmon waiting over the wall.
Big chunks.
Nice gold card onto Chovy, trying to outspace here. Unraveled Earth there. And Chovy just speeding off into distance. Power of that phase rush. Skewmon hits him with the what? The flash forward!
Might not have his item down, but he's pushing already!
I thought it was like a figure of speech when I said he went where he pleases. The downside is, as much as G2 are getting plays, giving us reasons to get excited, they're still conceding objectives around the map. The Void Grub's down. They did at least grab that first Drake to steal, perhaps an angle that they can play for. Skewmon, the one wildly far ahead. A rookie on the international stage. His time to shine.
With the fact that Chovy already being put decently behind until Ruler actually hits his items, can be kind of tough for Gen.G when the rest of the team is there as well to really chew through this Mundo.
Sub 9 minute heart steal. Clearing quickly as well.
Definitely going to be ahead of the stacking when it comes to the comparison to Canyon. Duro.
It's level 6. Canyon waiting, not quite spotted.
They saw him.
Gold card is Chovy. Does his best to act this out. Will just be the recall in the end for Canyon, as Ruler's been assigned to go toe-to-toe with Broken Blade. In the meantime, Skewmon ready to show his face on the top side of the map.
The Roth doesn't have ult
It's so hard to do anything. The Mundo passive, immune to that initial piece of CC, as Broken Blade forced to ult. Ruler, nice movement thus far, but Q2 does connect. Broken Blade just using it for a bit of extra healing. The Corki pressure, still pretty massive. Conqueror proc doesn't have Triforce yet, but still really starting to hurt.
It's the gold, right? As Ruler
caught out. Gold card wasn't ready for it. Chovy's here, but it might be too late. One more auto coming in. The Infernal Chains bring him right back into the waiting arms of Broken Blade.
And now the gold lead. Close to being equalized. Chovy also investing the ultimate. Still not getting anything. And G2, this TF, slowly starting to get more done.
Skewmon zoning Chovy off the wave for a brief moment as Broken Blade now going topside. Phase rush procced, and G2 just trying to make it messy. Rapid plays. Gen.G caught on the back foot a few times this game, and you can see it was almost 2,000 gold earlier on. Now it's only 200 as they just continue to find kill after kill.
It has to be said though, Gen.G, I want you to look at those inventories. That's free tier items. Once those spikes hit, I think they're going to be a lot stronger, but it's starting to feel like they want to contest, regardless of the fact that there's no Triforce on Corki. Chovy doesn't have his item done yet either. Keen, I don't think is going to be involved in this. Neither him nor Broken Blade have TP available. Keen's one is closer, but I don't know if it'll be there for this Drake.
And the only completed item on the Rift is the Heartsteel for Skewmond. So if he's not there, or if he's picked off, the gold much, much more in Gen G's favor. Initial interrupt solid. Stops the follow-up CC from going on to Canyon. But Duro down the steadfast presence for a little bit longer. Labrov ready to re-engage. Gold card there. Duro recognizing the situation, tries to dissuade. Canceling with the recall to put it on the 15-second cooldown.
Jovi's here, Gen G, they do keep control of the river. There's a lot of damage there for G2.
Skewmond hurts. Caps waiting, ticking through. 5 seconds once he locks it. Stepping up for the gold card. That much faster because of the scuttle.
The poke is hitting, but Gen G, they're just starting the Dragon, and Keen's here without TP. I don't think they can contest.
Skewmond.
Another one.
Walking forward. Won't be able to get it. Gen G, good patience. Not going to falter there, know that they're stronger. G2's angle of picking off a single member doesn't bear any fruit.
But this time, yeah, we do have Broken Blade just pushing in top. Keen just walked over the old-fashioned way. Just manually will be now back, but Broken Blade with those kills, despite the fact that the CS still in favor of Keen. Looking good here on the Aatrox early on, and that top side, they're going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting, right? Going to have to use the power spikes that are going to be hit early. We haven't actually seen any 5v5 yet, and that's where I do think Gen G with this comp can do a lot of heavy lifting as Keen might be in trouble here. Does a flash.
Boys are in top side, nice sidestep, dash through, parking the phase rush, getting out of the Infernal Trains, good escape.
That was clean, able to sidestep everything he needed to, not getting knocked up, not getting dragged back by the chains, just the power of phase rush and that gate. Doesn't even have to use his flash.
No, solid play overall from Keen, weathering the storm of all of the attention that's been put his way as Hansama and Labrov might spot Duro. Good steadfast presence to interrupt. Ruler waiting in the darkness though. Triforce completed for Ruler. He does so much damage. Hansama's protection knocked back, forced to flash away. But Ruler's the one with the gold lead. He's the one who can make these plays alongside Duro.
Nice play there, getting the flash on Hans, that's a big deal. Good amount of threats there for this Kai'Sa, even not taking into account the fact that you got to try and play around a steadfast presence. Jovi's rocks as well. These tiers are slowly, continuously stacking, but same for G2. I do wonder how their fights are going to play out later. I think both these compositions can feel very reliant on, for G2, you find an early pick, right? You have this TF.
Jovi anticipating the caps. Will play to take out the control ward. He was unable to do it after the previous exchange, stepping forward for a moment, wondering if Skewmond can back him up. Spellbook Ghost going to be used there. Be able to step back, but that low health bar is going to make it difficult to stay in mid. Luckily for him, Canyon currently content taking the red. Doesn't need to show any pressure mid.
Ooh, close game for so far. Ruler, he's pretty far up.
Spotting Hansama, Labrov on the way in. Ulti hits, cleanses there. Ruler retreating. Zenith Blade doesn't quite connect. Gen G able to keep their 80 carry standing, but double summons from Ruler.
Still a big win. You get both cleanse and flash.
It's a big cancel if they can find it. Caps his TP available, but he's still going to lose all those creeps because he has to recall. Hansama.
He's going to keep on going. Chovy has ult. Can try and look for a play here.
And Canyon doesn't have to do anything. He just has to hover. Yep. Like there is the threat. It forces, it stops all the recalls. Skewmond grabbing the mid wave, and now it's Broken Blade in trouble. Ulting, World Ender trying to make it out, taking his time as he's knocked back. Good damage goes through. Broken Blade continuing to step up, feeling confident. Doesn't even have the Sunder Sky finished yet.
Oh,
now it's a TP bot side. Caps gets the ult out of Chovy. In exchange for that teleport, Chovy's not too far away.
So Broken Blade does absorb the pressure on top side. Good trade for him. Just using your ult for your life. Definitely happy about that. But then, unfortunately for G2, they lose the bot lane turret, lose a good amount of creeps. And the TP from Caps, mitigated by the fact that he has Spellbook, but still feels rough to use that sum. Not get anything out of it. And now the gold lead getting bigger again for Gen G.
Definitely is. But it really is all on Ruler as that tier continues to stack. Chovy opting for the Archangels first. Needs a bit more time before he's going to get full value. Keen. The extra healing coming in from the Sundered Sky. It's not going to be quite as easy in that side lane 1v1. Does have early lethality. Does have that extra movement speed on the active. to dance around the potential threats. G2, it's not like they have the most reliable CC when LeBron isn't there or Caps isn't there. Still a bit more time until the Destiny's available, and Ruler setting up home in mid lane.
There's again a good amount of vision here towards the top side for Gen G, but G2 not getting pushed out fully. Still a ton of river vision, and that's really important when you have the TF, right? Soon that ultimate will become available. This Broken Blade might be looking for another collapse on him, but reinforcements are on the way.
No ulti, but he does have the flash. Knocked into the wall. Skarner setup, beautifully layered. The TP coming through as well. Broken Blade's got nowhere to go. Extra healing coming from the Thunder Sky, just trying to delete the wave, but he's gonna get flicked back as Keen grabs the kill. No response from G2 either. Good patience from Gen G.
I think you could see as well, they wanted to try and respond because we already had LeBron making his way over towards that top side. Broken Blade was one of the members on G2 that was actually holding on to a lead. No longer going to be the case as Gen G in the span of just a few minutes with a couple of great plays. Able to get further ahead.
Blue Smite. Slow doesn't quite hit, forced to flash away. Mundo just keeps going. Duro has to be careful.
I know about this one.
Spell immune now. Decent damage. Mitigating what he can. Exhaust going too. Ulti coming in from Caps. Bit of CC, but doesn't connect the stun. Duro able to find the knockback, but Caps is still in the area. Skewman immediately going to ult, trying to keep this fight going. Chovy not able to find the flick as Caps flashes out. Gen G, a lot of resources burned. Ruler finally able to get here.
But despite it, they got Herald. They already got what they wanted, Dracos. It was a heist, and they were like, well, let's see if we can fight. Can't fight. It's okay. It was backing off.
And while the kills are close, it's the same story it's been this entire game. G2 conceding so many objectives, so many little things across the map to make these plays. I love the lust for blood, the hunger, the aggressiveness, the confidence.
Oh, Chovy, no flash, does have his ult, but there's a lot of CC here.
Rob not able to find the Zenith Blade. Good sidestep from Caps, taking their time. LeBron gonna tank it. Shield coming in just in time for Chovy. The fully stacked tier doing a ton of work.
And they might get this dragon. And yeah, it's Cloud. That feels...
Canyon.
Oh, Canyon.
The 50-50. Skewmon manages to get it. And now the immediate retreat, but the mid lane tower already gone. Ruler does a lot of damage. Duro knockback, but doesn't find Hansama into the wall. Canyon going forward, will get Broken Blade. Big damage, and Ruler just allowed to free hit. Skewmon, though, continuing to walk forward. Skewmon completely unconcerned about the damage. Duro goes down. Canyon likely next. He's getting next to the wall because he desperately needs to run away, but Skewmon is on the chase. Going where he damn well pleases, but he's on the opposite side of the wall, and now it's Chovy looking to engage. Broken Blade taking massive damage. The Aatrox likely to fall. Flash away. Umbral dash. And Keen keeps the pressure up. G2 again.
But this
they're getting fights, they're getting close now, but they're losing everything else.
That's the problem. Yes, you get the top, or you get the mid lane play. You kill the Poppy. But while that's happening, Keen is pushing so hard that there's no other opportunity for you than just keep responding. Skewmon just gets obliterated in his own jungle, by the way, as the damage clearly is there. This early lead on the Mundo not quite working out, but the fact that Caps doesn't get to respond, because if he goes and TPs in, and that fight is not a complete and utter win, like King gets an inner. Instead he gets an inner, which still feels bad, but it's these cross-map plays as Gen G, they just keep setting up these traps, and it looks like Caps has fallen for it again.
Got out, has the ulti, but the CC held.
They're not going to use, oh, yeah, not waiting until the end.
Caps down.
As they got Chovy.
Manages to get Chovy, has completed that first item, the power of the ulti. Alongside LeBron's means there's more opportunity for side lane picks as if the TF wasn't enough. So again, it's these glimmers of hope.
That's a big shutdown, or rather a big amount of gold going over to Hans. Also, do note LeBron probably maybe a flash E or flash Q, using that summoner and getting a kill on Chovy is definitely going to feel good.
But as aggressive as G2 are playing, it's starting to feel like a run back of game 2. It was Keen on the Rumble, it was Ruler on the Jhin. This time it's the Corki and the Jace. Almost 2,000 gold apiece in terms of advantages over their respective opponents. And double items completed for Corki at 20 minutes. Fully stacked here, Trinity Force. He's a one-man army. All he needs is a bit of front line.
We also see Chovy. This is not a very high damage to Leah build that he's going for.
But I think he knows his role at this point. He's behind in gold. Just set up.
Play for utility. Follow up on Duro, follow up on Canyon, and keep Keen and Ruler safe. And Duro on this Poppy. Might be something that G2 look towards.
CC hits, waiting for the steadfast presence to expire. Perfectly timed by Lebrov. The CC now going through. Manages to take himself out with the Mikhails.
He lives!
Hansama retreating. The self of Mikhails from Duro so damn clutch because look at the health bars.
I don't know if they can do anything about this.
Broken Blade going in against Chovy. Ulti from Caps. Chovy starts to retreat. Gold card, but there's not, the follow-up isn't there.
Yeah, and I think the read here is Caps can also try to ult towards bot, but they can't contest Otacon, so you have to just try and look for a play. It doesn't look pretty, but trying to get Chovy there is, I think, the best cross map you're going to get with the health bars. All those members in mid lane being as low as they were. No contest possible. That's going to be Otacon here for Gen G as they keep inching closer and closer to that match victory. Looking at the item spikes though for G2, maybe once Hans gets a little bit further in as, ooh, the TP.
Trying to find the engage. Lebrov to the side, locking down Canyon. Gold card ready to go. Impale only going to connect on one. Skewmont here as well. Canyon going to get taken down. Kill donated to Caps. A big gold shutdown. Getting things a bit closer as we see a TP from Chovy coming into the mid lane. G2 trying to find some advantage around mid.
Still playing very aggressive here. Not that much use there. To be fair, it was really just a TP coming through. I think Gen G don't want to give over any chance for G2 to get this Drake.
In. They managed to find Chovy off on the side, though. An early departure from the wall. Sees him face-to-face with Skewmont. Broken Blade going for 1v1 versus Keen, and it doesn't look like he's going to come out on top. And a quick flash! Massive healing coming in the Sundered Sky. Just in time. Gold card from behind. Chovy locked up. Unraveled Earth. Perfectly hits on Zama. Now Ruler just throwing down damage. Caps force back. Gold card. Giving them a bit more space. They don't quite have the follow-ups. The poke from the Aatrox Q is there. Gen G retreating. G2 a decent fight, but they can't get the kills.
Well, that right there is exactly what we're talking about, Hans. It's so hard to find a good ulti, and there just dashes face first into a good amount of rocks. Talia, when she gets the kite back, hard to actually get on top of, and now what looked like an opportunity because they were able to interrupt Chovy making his way over. That was the reason why the play didn't end up working out for Gen G. Trying to collapse on the Broken Blade to offset the loss of Canyon. But instead, Broken Blade gets the heal up. But because of the quick retreat, and again, trying to hard force into both a Talia and a Poppy, it's just a nightmare, and the Dragon gonna go over, not gonna be found, but with those kills and that shutdown, 2-0. G2, keep the gold close.
2 dragons to 2. Duro goes in. We'll be able to just immediately walk away. He is forced to use the heal.
No, he just cleansed his spellbook.
Yeah.
Also has Mikhails, in case Ruler gets in trouble.
I respect anyone who brings cleanse to Summoner's spellbook.
That's good.
You got steadfast presence.
Canyon finds Skewmont, both of them, I think, just looking for a stack. The turret goes down.
Gen G keeping pressure mid.
Hans is pushing though, and he goes unanswered for now. Giving him additional vision, knows that people are on the way.
Now retreating. That's the ulti from Caps, but he sees an angle. He sees 2 members descending upon Hansama, so he knows he has an angle to make a play bot. Duro ready with the ulti, but it doesn't connect. Now it's Duro who might be caught out, but Caps takes a lot of damage in the meantime. Duro just going to retreat. Wall goes down, isolating Lebrov, and he's going to try to walk this one off.
This is just Duro and Brov looking at one another. I can't kill you. You can't kill me. Let's just leave. How'd they do? It's a fairly peaceful ending, yeah.
Count of 3, we both put him down. And I gotta say, like, G2 at least consistently finding these avenues of attack to try and get some gold back in their favor. But I think the thing that's gonna break this wide open is the Baron. They've been avoiding fights, been trying to find picks on their terms.
So looking at the spikes, 2 items done for everyone on the Rift. Supports being an exception, of course. Caps just now finishing his third. 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages. Also has his rapid fire done. I think that they're really going to be playing aggressively, trying to find a pick off of a gold card. Chovy really only sitting on, again, a very supportive build. And normally, Chovy does this because he knows that with the CSing and with the laning phase, the macro of Gen G is ahead. Against the TF, you're never really going to be, and particularly in this game, as the Dragon, there's so much Baron, or Baron Red, so much Baron damage on G2. with Hansama in particular. I don't know about walking into a choke point, though. I don't think either team can get away with that.
Bot wave unattended. Keen pushing it out and moving up. G2 sticking around is likely to cost them gold, but they're determined to group and force something. Caps immediately moves out to a side lane. Third item completed for Ruler.
What a reminder, that's big into Aatrox and Mundo.
The armor pen wasn't enough, the healing reduction on top of it. His cleanse
nice
ready,
there.
summoner's ready.
That one has not spotted a ton of vision available here. And again, G2, they're going to be looking. If anyone shows just slightly out of position on any of these wards, they can pull the trigger with Caps. Hansama, as long as he keeps in mind that Talia and Poppy can beat her in a moment's notice. And G2 keeping a very tight leash on the vision surrounding this Baron. No team has soul points, so if either team commits too closely towards the bot side of the map, tries to set up for Dragon just with a little bit too many people, collapse on Baron can be very, very swift here.
Broken Blade matching Keen thus far. Caps immediately going bot lane. Keen, the member who doesn't have that extra lockup, doesn't have the extra cleanse, and he's going to get taken down. But Genji immediately pulled the trigger in the meantime. It's Eyes in the mid lane, as Ruler will find Skumon. Jungler deleted in exchange for top laner, and Genji with access to the objective.
Might start it. We'll see if Caps is able to bring out his smite. Try and match, obviously. Gonna be tough. TP comes in. Genji, they're taking a risk, but they do have the Poppy. Duro trying to get out of vision, I think, but he will be spotted. They don't have that much damage.
Solar Flare manages to connect. No immediate follow-up. Chovy for now uncontested. Flash from LeBob keeps him safe. Broken Blade in the pit. Hansama and Caps on the side. Chovy focused on the objective. The Baron, the smites are bad, but they managed to get it in the end. Canyon takes the objective. Broken Blade free firing. Caps still standing. Duro down. Broken Blade still going. Flashing out. Caps can't go toe-to-toe with Canyon, but the gold card might be able to buy him a bit of a second, a bit more time. It's still the Baron down. A triple for Ruler. G2 cannot make it happen.
Ruler, I know you love your Quadras, but I don't know about chasing the Aatrox into fog. He's not afraid. He's just going to keep on going. Broken Blade. Mission impossible. They see him.
The Emerald dash, but Chovy against the wall. Too fast. One more dash over the wall. Still running. An auto on a minion to buy a bit more health. Infernal Chain. Skumon on the way in. Genji.
I think he's out Keen. Coming in on an angle.
Forward. Flick doesn't connect. Shock blast from Keen.
Not going to die.
Whoa.
Not even close, baby.
You are good at math. Close exchange again. You know that G2, this is the angle. They have an advantage in the fight, even if they are set to lose the objective.
So there were 2 smites available here for Genji, and even then, look at the burst here going down onto Canyon. If he ends up dying, if that McKills doesn't come through, this entire fight might end up being a complete disaster. Instead, Ruler doesn't actually get taken down, and even if they got Ruler, the fact that Broken Blade doesn't have his ulti to actually get the big resets, and Chovy goes uncontested in this fight, means that the objective doesn't go their way. Baron goes towards Genji, the Rebel Power Play. Not that impressive yet, but it gets them the soul point. And it allows them to fully take control of this map. And as we all know, trying to play a TF from behind is just a miserable experience.
Yeah, and we've got Sorelda's now coming in for Keen as well. Armor penetration on both of the major physical damage carries.
Death cap for Chovy as well.
Flicked back, and he's just gonna die in the blink of an eye. A blinking health bar, he'll live. It's close.
Not even close. Round 2.
That's twice. If he was a cat, he'd be 7 out of 9 lives down at this point. Caps, flash to the side, gets away from the Impale, but Genji looks like they're just going for the throat. They want to end it here. Game 1, G2 managed to find the advantage, managed to find the win. But since then, it's been Genji from start to finish. Ruler isolated wall from Canyon to keep him standing. It's Hansama. Chovy's damage. Doing the work, knockup going in from Duro. Lebrov trying to retreat, that's the ulti. Canyon ready to go forward. Chovy just continues to lay down the poke. And Genji merciless as they march into the base of G2.
And G2, they gave it their all, but even the early leads, not enough as Genji marched on the base. Caps behind them.
Caps behind to go golden. Managed to buy the Seekers just in time for the flick back. Skumon in the midst of the team. Broken Blade standing, but as long as Ruler's alive, that healing reduction is just too much. The front line of G2 slowly being whittled away. Duro taken down. The tower set to fall. Keen jumping in. Finding the kill is Skumon. There's nothing left. He's taken out. Genji send a statement to the rest of MSI. We will not falter.
And a slow start from Gen.G, but that counter punch, I think, hurting all the more. Game 2 and the final game in the series. Gen.G really showing through methodical play, right? The things they're known for, the macro, some of the decisions around vision, around objectives, but to me, that third game is the scariest. Canyon on that Lee. That's the type of stuff you have to deal with if you want to beat this team in the best of 5.
It's a terrifying team to go toe-to-toe against again. Game 1, you find the win, but you awaken the beast, and they're just so damn good. 2, calm, collected. 4, messy as G2 made it. And 3, an absolute slaughter for G2. They've been in this situation once before in playoffs, play-ins already against PLG. Here they managed to find a game. They have another chance in the lower bracket. We'll find their opponent soon enough. As is the same for Gen.G on the top side. You can see now, winner of AL versus Fly will face off against Gen.G. Loser, I believe, against G2. So perhaps an EU-NA matchup.
And main takeaways for me, Gen.G, as they have done in the past, slow to start. That first game compared to the other 3, night and day. Really didn't even feel like we were looking at the same team. And then on the flip side, I think for G2, there were still market improvements, right? I think Labrov in particular, especially early, looked a lot better. But unfortunately, Gen.G.
And I think in the PGB powered by AWS, we see a pretty clear picture painted. As much as there were kills for G2, there wasn't a whole lot of damage, there wasn't a whole lot of gold. And in the end, there wasn't a whole lot of hope. But again, a chance to rally. It's a double elim tournament. You have time to adapt, to adjust. So room to improve, but for Gen.G, despite that first game, I think making good on tournament expectations. Dominant. We saw individual performances. We saw clean macro in moments.
I'm just particularly shocked by Ruler, right? All the other performances I think are warranted, but Ruler really hasn't had the best year yet, and I think he was, for me, one of the standouts. Him and Dura both, honestly, outside of game, you know, the Canyon game. That's okay. We can leave that one be.
We can leave that one be. All right, Lore is standing by with Ruler in the Verizon post-game interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Ruler, 송기주 가루입니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much for being with me. Let's talk about game 1, night and day with the rest of the series. How much was that you guys getting used to the stage or readjusting to what G2 threw at your face?
우선 가장 먼저 1세트 얘기를 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 아마 이번 경기를 놓고 봤을 때 빛과 어둠이 있다면 어둠 쪽에 좀 해당되는 경기였던 것 같은데 아무래도 무대 적응이라든지 좀 필요했던 것 같으신가요?
확실히 무대 적응이 좀 많이 필요했고요. 저희가 좀 얼어있기도 했고 뭐 조합상으로도 저희가 초반에 좀 유리하게 굴렸어야 됐는데 계속 좀 톱니바퀴가 좀 잘 안 물렸던 게 좀 가장 컸었던 것 같습니다.
We definitely needed some time to get used to the stage, and also we were not fully warmed up. Also, our comp was all about the early game snowball, but I think everything just didn't really work well.
Standout performance after that. And you, with the experience you have, you are playing with a support that is really new to the international stage. How much are you helping him? What kind of advice did you give him?
그리고 또 이번에는 좀 비교적 신인이라고 볼 수 있는 듀로 선수, 첫 국제대회 무대를 밟는 듀로 선수와 함께 MSI를 치르고 계신데 경험치가 많은 룰러 선수인 만큼 어떤 식으로 조언을 주고 계신가요?
일단 계속 좀 편한 상태를 계속 유지시켜주려고 좀 노력하고 있는데 민규 스스로, 듀로 선수 스스로 좀 그런 걸 좀 잘 하고 있는 것 같아서 아직은 좀 더 지켜봐야 할 것 같지만 오늘은 그래도 좀 덜 긴장을 덜 하고 좀 신인답지 않게 좀 잘 했던 것 같습니다.
I think the most important thing is feeling comfortable and relaxed on stage, so I'm focusing on that. Well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but based on the performance today, I think he was not nervous at all.
He played phenomenal indeed. I know that you had an interview recently with Cloud Sitki where you said that you didn't have the confidence that you had in 2023, despite the fact that you went 18-0 in the LCK and you're the favorite team to win the tournament. Could you explain why?
최근에 한 인터뷰에서 지금 23년도에 그런 자신감이 있지는 않다라고 밝히셨는데요. LCK에서 전승하고 오셨고 지금 많은 분들이 우승 후보로 꼽고 있는데 그런 식으로 인터뷰했던 배경도 궁금합니다.
일단 사실 제가 LPL에 있었을 때가 가장 좀 제 실력적으로 좀 가장 하이였다고 생각을 하는데 그 이유가 어쨌든 LCK에서는 이렇게 적극적으로 소통이 가능하지만 LPL에 갔었을 때 뭐 제가 좀 공부를 안 하기도 했었고 그러다 보니까 제 플레이에 좀 더 집중을 많이 할 수 있었던 환경이 됐었어가지고 좀 그런 쪽으로 많이 신경 쓰다 보니까 제 실력이 좀 많이 나왔던 것 같아서 그렇게 인터뷰를 했습니다.
It was mostly because when I was back in the LPL, communication was not as flawless as I do in the LCK because of language barrier. I was kind of slacking on the, studying new language, but so that made me focus 100% on my gameplay. So I kind of thought that was like performance-wise, my prime time. So that was the main reason why I said so.
We saw that you were flashing the JDG emote in-game. Is that about channeling that confidence that you had back then?
그리고 오늘 인게임에서 계속해서 JDG 감정 표현을 보여주셨는데 23년도에 그런 자신감을 좀 다시 가져오기 위함이었을까요?
좀 겸사겸사 느낌이 있는데요. 일단 23년도 MSI 감정 표현으로 제가 장착을 했었던 것 같은데 기억상 일단 그때 제 실력이 가장 좋았었던 것 같아서 이제 그걸 보고 상대가 긴장했으면 좋겠다 이런 취지로 좀 들었습니다.
Yeah, kind of. And I think specifically that was 2023 MSI JDG icon. So I wanted to show off that aura.
Let's see if you can channel that success once again. 루라 선수 인터뷰 너무 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Ji-sun, thank you so much for the help and translation. One more time for Ruler and Genji. And that's all for us here on that side of the stage.
Thank you so much. Ji-sun is doing a phenomenal job, but you're no slouch either, Laura. I hear that, Korean. Of course,
insane.
Yeah, it's insane. And Ruler was also insane. I just gotta say, I like that she brought it up, kind of the JDG emote, because this guy is, oh, hello, we met you before. You're amazing. You look amazing. Oh, great energy. This is so cool. There's so many like really young fans here.
Yeah.
And they might have seen a lot of eras of Ruler as well, right? Because we had kind of the world champion era and then the JDG era.
True.
And now he's back. He's on Genji, and he's such an exciting player to watch.
And I love that he was talking about having like that aura.
Yeah.
and also just talking about how he had the confidence back when he was on JDG because he was focusing solely on his play. Well, I mean, it just looks like he has been on point today. I don't know. He looks like he's getting right back to it.
I mean, and that is why he is our Oppo player of the series, because the reality is that the question marks were around him in particular. Trying to find weaknesses in Genji is a very difficult thing to do, but Ruler as a player has been caught out at times, his laning phase hasn't been the best, and talking to Chronicler on the bus right here, he was like, yeah, if I was to pick apart one person, it would be Ruler. So for him to open up the tournament with a statement series like this, I think was really important. And now you're really struggling to find the weaknesses in Genji.
Yeah,
like Duro as well, right?
That's what I was about to say, because even if you were looking at, the rookie coming into this situation for an international stage, it would be Duro, and just like Ruler said, I didn't see the nerves that you would usually see from a player coming into his first international.
And what I thought was amazing was that after the first game, sometimes a rookie would get rattled. Sometimes they'd start to feel the pressure. Oh no, I'm playing with Genji on the stage. We've lost game one. It just made him angrier. Like, you could see the level of play immediately increasing, and the Genji that we know and love came to play and dominated for the rest of the series.
Let's see what that means for the bracket. They are really a raid boss there in the top of that bracket, because they stay there. Of course, they'll be playing whoever wins
FlyQuest?
between
yeah,
Absolute
true.
Legend
Yeah,
and FlyQuest. Did you just say FlyQuest?
Okay.
That's tomorrow.
Okay. Today it was our turn, Raz. Tomorrow it's yours.
No, relax.
The LPL first seed, AL, I call them the brain team, the masterclass. Their strategy, their execution is flawless. I'm super excited to see Tarzan back on the international stage. Inspired v Tarzan is going to be a jungle matchup to watch.
The brain team? I mean, Fly has Whipple, right?
That's true. Hey! Big brain on that one. And then being able to see Shanks on the international stage for the first time, being able to follow his career, that one's great. Flandre having his heartfelt post. There's a lot of things from the Anyone's Legend side that they're really excited to be on the stage.
Do you feel conflicted, old LPL caster? There's a lot of players that you love.
A little bit, but I still need FlyQuest to win. I still need it.
I was looking at the upper bracket so much. What's the situation for G2 in the lower bracket? Who would they be playing? The loser of FlyQuest AL?
The loser of FlyQuest AL.
Oh!
Yep.
I'm here to prove a point no matter what, guys.
Amazing. Can I get a final word for you then about G2, who were expected to get spanked a little bit here today?
I mean, I
they
will
came
say,
out swinging in
I
game
said
one.
at the start of the day that anything short of a 3-0 is very much what I expected. So the fact that they got a very convincing game one shows the potential of the roster, which is ultimately what they wanted with this roster change. there's clearly still a long way to go, and they're definitely far from being considered favorites of the tournament, but they need to figure out what went well and use the time that they have, because they got a decent amount of time now to prepare, evolve, and come prepared for the rest of the tournament.
Skewmon was right 2 days ago. Feels like they're leveling up. Every series, every game they go through, they're getting better and better. I'm looking forward to the next one, but when they go up against Black Quest,
when? You said when? He said when.
No, that's hypothetical, you know?
Yeah, and Laura and I will still make our reservations, so all is good. That's it for us for today. Thank you so much for joining this first day of the bracket stage. We'll, of course, be back tomorrow for that matchup of FlyQuest versus Anyone's Legend. Good night.
TP coming in, matched immediately by Caps. That's the ulti out from Skewmon. Push back from Chovy, a solid start for Ruler. The Culling goes completely wide. Caps over the wall, looking to find a man, looking to find the knockup, but Canyon is untouched for now. G2 descending into the base, and it's all eyes on the broken blade. Leaping forward, Ruler can't get it done. G2 in game one. Not a single person predicting in their favor on the desk, but they managed to find a way. Ruler. Patience in the JDG logo. G2, do they have the damage to punish? Chovy locked up. Root there, he doesn't have the ulti to escape. Skewmon now trying to get out. Keen burning everybody. The Rumble alive. Ruler's only got 2 more shots. But it might not matter. One more bullet to come through. The Root connecting. Ruler so damn fast. Chovy alive as well. G2 crumble. Finding the angles. Hansama running Keen. Playing greedy, playing aggressive, unafraid. It might cost him his life, though. Steps back into Canyon. Canyon flash forward. One more out to get it done. Hoping to find a kick locked up into the tower, but Ruler is here to finish the job. LeBron knocked down 2 for Ruler. And in the midst of it all, it's Chovy. Losing that game one must have been personal because they are obliterating G2 now. They don't have that much damage. Solar Flare manages to connect. No immediate follow-up. Chovy for now uncontested. Flash from LeBron keeps him safe. Broken blade in the pit. Hansama and Caps on the side. Chovy focused on the objective. The Baron, the spikes are bad, but they managed to get it in the end. Canyon takes the objective. Broken blade free firing. Caps still standing. Duro down. Broken blade still going. Flashing out. Caps can't go toe-to-toe with Canyon, but the gold card might be able to buy him a bit of a second, a bit more time. It's still the Baron down. A triple for Ruler. G2 cannot make it happen.
Of all my hard work, them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick. Tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scanned the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, effort that I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Selling broken records against me, let them records spin. Give it 100%, nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won, it's done.
I'm going full speed, I just pedal to the metal, can't out.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's